Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, July the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you. I see one yes, Roger. I see another yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So, yeah, some interesting ones this morning already. USEA. So this was a spin-off that started trading as USEA yesterday. Kind of had a blah day, but things have certainly picked up this morning. No specific news on it. But yeah, up 182%, tons and tons of volume. Interestingly, yeah, the volume yesterday was only 247,000 shares. It wasn't that exciting, and no clue this was going to happen. ANVS. Now, last time I looked at ANVS, it was starting to fade. Yeah, big fade, in fact. That's a big, big fade. I mean, up to, shoot, this was shortable. I looked at this earlier. This is kind of phase three. FDA is saying FDA is saying it's okay to start phase three. It's an Alzheimer play. Um, and yeah, I just lost sight of it. What a great short that was. I think the reason I was a little reluctant to pay that much attention to it on the short side is because in theory, it was the beginning of phase three, FDA giving approval. So I thought maybe it certainly didn't think it was going to do this. There's a $5 drop. Whoa, big miss. Okay, TYDE. TYDE is up, providing operational update and corporate objectives for 2022 into 2023. It's a crypto play. I guess whatever they said. A lot of volume. 3.5 million, 18 million in the float. Whatever they said, so far so good. FFIE from a couple of days ago is active again. Actually was active yesterday, that's right. So started 2 days ago, got all the way up to 640, pulled back quite a bit. So that's 3 days ago, sorry, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and that's yesterday. VERU getting some positive statements from Jeffries. This is a COVID play. They're suggesting that the FDA or CDC could emit an emergency use application for its, FDA could get a emergency use application for its oral COVID pill, and that is VERU. DMAC just got hammered here. DMAC got hammered here. Clinical, right? DMAC got hammered here. Clinical trial halted. So this is down 36%. Now, if William were here, he could give us a little synopsis on what this company might be valued at. ICPT is, yeah, this has had a crazy day. They did release some, well, they say positive phase 3 data from a NASH study. That was the initial reaction, way up here at 18, and then it dropped, and now it's dropping. So, I mean, that's a crazy reaction. However, now I'm looking here. Now it looks like they're going to resubmit. Boy, it's crazy headlines. Resubmit for FDA approval after new analysis. But the initial headline announces positive data. Okay, but now they're going to resubmit. So I don't know. So on that first press release, the positive data, it shot up, and then they said they were going to do a resubmittal. So wow. And TH, this is one I don't know anything about. TH, Target Hospitality. When I say that, I mean I just haven't seen this one. I can read what they do, of course, but this has popped up 18%. Pretty good volume. And they're announcing an expanded partnership with a leading national nonprofit supporting critical humanitarian aid solutions. So that is the deal with TH. Now, you'll notice 10 is also moving higher. So the CEO says he's going to resign as suing this merger goes through. And now they say many conditions to closing have been satisfied or waived. And the CEO says he's going to take off only upon the consummation of the merger. So that is 10. That's the reason why 10 is popping. And last, double N. So this is now above yesterday's high. So the next high looking left looks like it's around 315. This had some news yesterday. Oh, that's right. I know William sort of said, who cares? But market liked it for a while anyway. Non-invasive optical blood sensor. I'm going to disagree with you, William. I mean, look, if they could do this, I mean, a lot of people hate having blood taken from them. Either for various reasons, but just some are very squeamish. So I don't know. I mean, I think this is kind of an interesting take on it. Yeah, Arab is on the move. I did see it when it was here, but it is now here. I saw it just as it was getting over a dollar. One of those Zach specials. This is what I'm going to start calling these now. Well, I better if Dak's in the room. The Zach and Dak specials, anything under a dollar. Wow, look at this though. Wow. American Rebel Holdings expected to add more than 20 million in revenues. With you only got 4 million in your float. Can't do it. You got to buy so many shares of those ones that are under a dollar to make it worthwhile. And I just always have this fear that I got a big rug pull, but hey, that's my phobia, not yours. And if I'd seen this one right here, I did see it, but I saw it right here on that little pop, and then I saw that drop underneath a dollar, so I thought, okay, forget about it. Got any response from the YouTubers? I'm assuming you guys can hear me. Make sure I'm not on mute. Well, that's what it's all about. The company is saying that it's getting closer regarding 10. Thank you, Pepe. So regarding 10, 10 Zen, I just uh, I just put the headline up. Tenneco says many conditions to closing have been satisfied or waived. So this is getting a little in advance of it because they're saying here's a guy who's going to be named the CEO, but the CEO, the current CEO, says he's not leaving until it's absolutely finalized. So anyway, there's your news for 10, TEN. All right, it is now 9:11, so I will take a look, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Comebacks today also for things like Vail and FCX, probably US Steel, X. Okay, well, we have a few upgrades and we have a few more downgrades, so let's get some of them in. This is from briefing.com. And of course, big news overseas with Boris resigning. I'm hearing XPEV. A few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I want to take a look at this ADVM. I did notice it on a list, and I think it has an upgrade this morning. Yeah, actually, I mean, there's a lot of volume. A lot of volume. There's not a lot of movement yet for ADVM, but definitely a lot of volume. Okay, I will now get the downgrades in. Let's say there are a few more downgrades and upgrades this morning. You can see if there's any stock that has had multiple downgrades. I don't see any. All right, excuse me. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Nice, Zach, with the Veru. Okay, let's see. FCX Freeport. So after yesterday in the pre-market, this was had got quite a bit down along with U.S. Steel, but now popping high or going higher. So Deutsche Bank maintains a hold on FCX, reducing their target from 38 to 37. Base metals miners jump as China weighs big stimulus, considering a $220 billion stimulus package to boost its economy. So I guess that's helping things like FCX, probably X, Bale. That's today's headline. Tomorrow's headline could be, you know what, we're not going to do it. Okay, guys, 9:17. So let's take a look at the, excuse me, the major sectors. So the SPY, we're in for a positive open. SPY rallied definitely yesterday. Closed all it was Dow was up, NAS was up, SPY was up. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I haven't checked the price of oil overnight, or right now. So I don't know what we're going to see with XLE. And the answer is almost 100%. So oil prices must have, well, let me do a quick check. I know Brent was hovering at last time I looked was hovering at around $100. That was yesterday. Yeah, so it's 102 and WTI is 100. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. Usually it's an all or nothing, but today it is 95%. So when I say all or nothing, the green at 95%, that means that 95, there must be just one stock that isn't up. Yeah, OKE. OKE is the only stock that is not above yesterday's close. So that's what this refers to when you see these numbers. So XLK, the technology ETF, 88% are above yesterday's close. So what would be a weak sector? There's no weak sector in terms of anything under 50%. Healthcare is only at 61%, communications at 57%. But this is a bit of a glimpse as to what might happen. Of course, when I do this, the sector change from the open, we'll get a different picture. I'll try to remember to do that around 10 o'clock, 10:15 or so, and see how it really changes. Remember, these are all changes from yesterday's close. See, that's my problem. That's a big rug pull. 174 down to 138. I mean, taking it, you got it at one and it could ride it up there. But boy, see, that is what I'm always afraid of with these really cheap ones. And if I'm taking a few shares, because you've got to, no, I mean, you don't, I look, if I'd known, of course, that I could buy a bunch at 81 and it was going to double, fine. I don't have to take as many shares, but You might be only getting in at 81 and maybe selling at 92 as an example. So we've got to take a bunch of shares to make it worthwhile. And I'm always, it just doesn't fit me. That's what when we talk about having a trading plan, that is one of my call it a plan, not to take things under a dollar. Nothing wrong with it. Zach and Dak seem to be able to do it, and it doesn't mean that I could not evolve someday into doing that, but right now it just doesn't meet my trading style, so I just take a pass. Okay. And definitely choppy action for the ICPT. All right, guys, I am just kind of looking to see if there's anything else sneaking in. Well, I see something sneaking in on the way down. Not very much. Well, that says, yeah, I don't know what to make of this. AMLX. Well, it looks like it's a lot of shares, but a gap down. I'm not sure what to make of this move. This AMLX is a really, really difficult one. Really, insiders are buying Bed Bath and Beyond. Recent insider buying. Okay, I do see the headline. I don't know how much or who, but well, insiders, but I don't know how much. Obviously, you have to go. No, nothing for the business, but in theory, it might give people who look at that go, well, okay, they've got some confidence in the business going forward. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Obviously, it has no impact specifically on business. It's a perception. Truly, I mean, that's what most of the stuff that we do. We see a headline, some news about a company, and for instance, look at ICPT. The initial perception of the headline was, "Wow, great news! Great news, 1804." And then they come out and I think William said they've got to do a resubmittal or something. And so look at this, look at the perception now. That's why you can drive yourself crazy by looking at a headline that seems absolutely fantastic and the stock tanks. And to try to figure out why. Carvana, I know that's been so active. I don't think I've traded this one. CVNA. Yeah, wow. Look how choppy that is on the 15 and the 5 minute time frames. It's ugly, 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 ugly. So there's X and FCX, guys. So metals and mining. GGB is another one. So all popping on this potential. We're talking about China putting 220 billion, excuse me, injection into their economy. Azul airline is moving a little higher here for some reason. Azul, I'm just hearing it. When I say hearing it, this is my text to voice for my gap ups and downs. There's ZIM, ZIM. So yeah, we're in for, as we speak, a positive open. And as always, I'll be staring at my races here from the biggest gainers from the open all day. Well, this ZIM is coming into 46.29 is the next high looking left, 46.29. So in theory, it's got a couple of dollars till that next high. Yeah, I'm a little ticked off at myself for just losing sight of this ANVS. I think the phase three kind of got to me thinking, well, okay, it might drop, but not $5 or $4, whatever it did. Thank you for that, William. Oh yeah, there were 182,000 shorts at Interactive Brokers, so that was not the issue. But oh well, there'll be another one. There always is. All right, guys, less than a minute to the open. William, you're slacking again, so let me start my races now. Okay, guys, so let's have a great trading day, everybody. We've got about 10 seconds to the open. I better up his salary or something. All right, we are now open for business. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes and try to let things settle down a little bit. Look at that nice SPY action right off the bat. So Dow's up 200, Nas is up 60, SPY's up 22. But more importantly, we've got a, as we speak, it's obviously very early, 30 seconds in, but we've got a big green candle forming on the 15-minute chart. And tech, another, mining and minerals, guys. This is the hot sector today. Tech, US Steel, X, FCX. These are this is the hot sector today. So AREB is doing a nice job of basing around 140. Okay, there's that tide, TYDE, is kind of hanging in around that 150 mark. Look at the SPY, nice surge so far. So far. This is really messy. Might be just because it's a start, but okay, Tide. Now Tide has 18.8 million in the float, so it is a low float situation. That is the Tide, TYDE. Oh, look at a firm go, guys, here. AFRM. AFRM is on the move here. A lot of volume coming in. AFRM. Again, it's early. It is early. Beaten up stock, of course. The next high looking left. No, it's above that one. So the next high looking left is 24.19. Is that right? No, 22.99. Sorry, 22.99. So that's about $1.60 away. So a firm is really, really having a pop here. AFRM. Yeah, there's something going on here, guys. Shoot, this is a new build I'm on, a development build. I may have to go back to the previous. I have to keep an eye on this. We have so many. I'm gonna like there have been 2 new development builds for the last 2 days, and again, I'm always asked to try them out. All right, so the ANVS has now had a little bit of a pop here. ANVS has had a look at the SPY. ANVS has had a little bit of a pop here. Okay, so there is something really wrong. Okay, guys, I may have to go back to the previous build. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to pass this on to. Okay. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to. I want to go back to the previous bill. Hopefully that will solve it. So just give me a moment. I don't. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, give me a moment here. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. I got a couple other things going on that I've got to take care of. So just give me a moment. Guys, sorry about that. Okay, so hopefully, let's see, what are you guys looking at here? Uh, Usually I don't mind being the guinea pig for these builds, but boy, this is not a good one. This is not. All right, just give me a moment as I reshuffle some of my Windows scans on my other monitors. All right, wow, look at Norwegian Cruise Lines. For some reason, look at these guys go. NCLH, guys, NCLH. Look at these guys go. A lot of volume coming in. Next high looking left is 1264. Yeah, market. Look at this first, not 15 minutes. All right, so some of the high flyers of this morning, double I, double N, no go, Arab, AREB, sinking. USEA is kind of hanging tough. It's kind of hanging tough. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention this Grove. Oh, it just got halted too. GROV got halted. I have this on my list and I don't know why I didn't mention it. And this just got halted. Sorry, it did not just get halted, it just got resumed. Sorry about that. So just resumed GROV. So the halt price was 518. So there, wow, there's a huge leap off that. Yeah, off the halt price. And yeah, I did see this in the pre-market. I can't understand why I didn't mention it. I've got it on my list here. Climbs 10% on expanding retail footprint. There was I did see this little news on it. Added 3 retailers, Kohl's, as it continues to grow its omni-channel presence. Big move for GROV. Low float, not crazy low, but certainly low. All right, ANVS continues its way down. ANVS. Today may be the day that a bad word escapes my mouth. I'm not happy. There's some just things happening with on the technology side. So the market, okay, so the market put in a giant green candle to start, and we've got a follow-up green candle. So we don't have a giant red one to wipe it out yet, anyway. All right, guys, USEA is now uh, USEA is now over 8 again, and the high, the pre-market high was 879. So this has got some room still. We keep an eye in it. Low, low, low float. We don't even have any float information. I think somebody said there was like 2 million shares, something like that. So there it goes, guys. There it goes. USEA. Scalp some out. I have no faith in it, but just over $8. The high, it got right up to the high, I believe, 889, 879. So it got right up to that high and then it pulled way back. I'm out. I mean, that was quick. It's quick and scary. Oh my goodness. I mean, that is a big, big, big rug pull. Oof. Who is your are you talking, Mr. Keith, are you talking about USEA or USAA? Yeah, you must be talking about USEA. Who's your broker? Who's your broker that has shorts for that? Lightspeed? Really? Lightspeed has shorts for that one. Interesting. Just because it's a new issue, well, newly trading, usually takes a while. I'm surprised that Lightspeed has them. Certainly, Interactive Brokers did not or does not. That was scary. Oh yeah, look at that grove. Look at that grove. GROV. Massive miss. Oh, well, as I always say, there'll be another one. Yeah, well, on that insider buying, I wonder how much there was. I'm not going to look at the SEC filings. It just says the SEC filing shows that there's some insider activity for BBBY. Of course, if the memers want to get a hold of this one for no other reason, when that with that short float percent, all right, EVFM is on the run again. So the high it has to take out is at 150. If it can take out 150, the next high is 225. So key area for EVFM to try to take out is that 150 mark. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at around that 150 mark and see if it takes it out either today or maybe tomorrow. All right, VRCA, why do I have you on a price alert? I have you on a price alert because of, all right, yes, is yesterday. So there's yesterday's high, guys, 308. So it's just a little bit above it or right at it. And meanwhile, BBBY continues. This is actually an AI alert too. Keep an eye on the VRCA, guys. I mean, it's right at yesterday's high. And of course, why? Well, look at this void. 625 is the next high looking left. 625 is the next high looking left. So the longer, I remember this was had a bit of a rug pull yesterday. It looked good, and then it pulled right back down to 246, close at 256. So, it's up, but the longer it maintains this three level, it's another low float situation, 15.5 million in the float. Meanwhile, BBBY guys from the AI, nice spot by the AI on that one. ANVS is continuing to move down. Also, ANVS. Well, it was anyway. Wow, it got down to 13, and now there's a little pop here for it. I think the memers have got a hold of this one, guys. Any excuse? So BBBY. All right, guys, QSI starting, but the problem is lots of resistance. Looks like a lot of resistance on that daily chart. Too bad. I mean, I look at my buy and sell quickly on the USEA and I look at the price now. You talk about something you had to get in and out quickly on that 8 break. Another easy come, easy go. Look at this Grove, GROV, drops $1. Now they're hammering the point home. When you take any one of these really low floats, and I consider anything 20 million under a low float, and of course, the lower that number, even the more erratic they can get, you cannot walk away from your computer. So this one, the news on the RFP yesterday was that Domtar was going to buy them. Now something's, but this is starting to drop a little bit here. And it's the RFP. Too late. AGL. AGL just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. $26.31 looks like the next high looking left. Is that right? $26.31 or $26.08. So it's got some room. LGVN, guys. LGVN. Now, what is any room for this one to keep running? Just over $7? Yeah, I mean, I see the next high is 722 and then 755. I mean, there's a little bit of room, I guess, if you discount that 722. Just wish there was more room. Okay, now we're getting a red bar in the SPY. Nothing from Zach scans for me yet. Interesting. It was almost full yesterday at this time. All right, now Grove, if it gets back over 6, that could get it running again. So I'm just going to stick an alert there. Just over 6. It has had the big pullback. Now, where are the next highs? 633. What did it get up to today? It got up to 649. So the next high was 633, 616. There's a lot of stuff happening around that 6 level. All right, the ARAB, you're right. It is a little bit of a pullback and now a pop. Let's see if it can get close to 154. Let's take a look at JKS. Well, let's take a look at FSLR, okay, just to see if FSLR is doing something similar. Ah, yeah, so solars must be popping, okay, JK, because the FSLR is doing the same thing. Take a look at the, yeah, so look at the ETF. So I don't think it's specific to JKS. It's just solars in general are popping. All right, well, let's see how close that AREB gets to that 150 mark. Yeah, maybe not. It might be out flat. Where did I get in that? Yeah. Okay, just here. All right, guys. Man, I missed the boat on Grove again. GROV. Boy, but it's pretty tough. I mean, it's got a not a great spread, but if it does take out this high here, this could get it really running again. 649. Yeah, so I'm out of the Arab flat. All right, this has a little bit of room. ATXS has a little bit of room. You're looking left on the daily chart. 394 is the next high. So this has, about 50 cents. About 50 cents. I'm sure you mean FFIE. Well, the high looking left is 640, so it does have some room. Oops, well, we're getting this giant red candle now. Hopefully it doesn't wipe out the gains in the first 30 minutes, but it looks a little bit ominous. All right, I'm going to stick an alert for around 810 for USEA and see if it gets back over 8 and has a bit of a run left, does it have a run left in it and get some volume. But this is super, super, super risky. Okay, guys, a couple of little triggers here. So the VRCA, okay, well, I'm going to try some of this VRCA in at 310 and see if it has a little bit of a run in it. It's got that big, big potential gap fill. I'm not saying it's not going to get anywhere close to 626, but that is just too tempting, too tempting. Whoa, my goodness, my goodness. Did not get it again. USEA, but look again, it got up to 866 or 889 and pulled right back down. Super duper whippy. Highly technical term there, guys, but I mean, this is really whippy. But I decided, I had those two alerts coming in at the same time. I decided to take the VRCA just because it looked a little more safe. But I had my alerts at 808, I think, for the ECEA. But like anything else, I'm not don't know how long I'm going to hang on. Goes back down to where I bought it, 310. That'll get me out of it for sure. All right, guys. Again, just keeping an eye on the VRCA. Mid 20s probably gets me out some if it can get there, or the VRCA. I feel I should do some groveling here and get some GROV. Wow. All right, guys, I'm out of the VRCA. Made a couple of pennies. That's about it. I was hoping for a bigger pop. It may happen later. Remember, this happened yesterday. Kind of did not want to sustain itself. So I will put an alert here for about 318. See if it gets back up there again. I don't just don't trust it. Meanwhile, can it take out 7? No, you're back up again. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll try again. The RCA. I'm waiting. You know what, Zach? I'm waiting for the first sub penny one that you talk about. I don't know. You've completely lost your mind. Okay, 54 cents. All right. So this is what I see. I see a lot of resistance right around here, 56 cents, and at 64 cents. But definitely a nice little pop. Not a lot of volume. Okay, guys, we're now over 7 for the Grav. Can it keep 7? Can it hold 7? What a game this is. Oh, jeez. Monkeypox. Okay. SIGA. Let's take a look at SIGA. Hmm. Well, guys, listen. The trade of the week, I thought it was, quite frankly, I think sensational. Okay. Because the trigger was 380. I don't think there was any issue about getting it at 380. This morning it got up to 454. Now you've got I would never be holding these, and I know they're designed for longer term holds. So in theory, it hasn't been stopped out. But if you got in, or anywhere from 380 to 4, and you see a pop up to 455, which is about 10%, over 10%, man, you've got to take some profit. Okay, you can't let this happen. So I think this was a really, really good, challenging to come up with one stock and pick it as a trade of the week. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this version. I'm going, I, I'm going to try another version. So give me a moment as I load the version that I want. All right, VRCA, did I get it back in? Yeah, I got a little fill. I got a little fill. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. All right, guys, give me a moment here. Just loading another build. See if I can get a better build going. Thank you for your patience. Understand, these are all, I'm like a guinea pig for all these new builds they come up with, and they want to ask me, how is it going? And because I am definitely the power user of the program every day, day in, day out. All right, I'm gonna hold my breath. Let's hopefully this works. All right, finally something from Zach scanned. There might have been one earlier, but I had to do a reboot a couple of times. So, ooh, IMTE just getting trashed here. IMTE. Okay, well, maybe it's okay now. Maybe it's okay. Just looking here, a little more smooth. Maybe it was just at the beginning of the day. Wow, you know what is, well, now I'm glad I didn't get, not VRCA. That's a mess. It's very messy trader, guys. Very, very messy trader. This is what it did yesterday. I'm going to leave it alone. Okay, well, this looks a little more orderly. Again, if you wonder what I'm talking about, you know how something starts moving higher, you know it's supposed to move up, and I know it's still not smooth, even it's like tremendously smooth even at the best of times, but this is not bad. If this is the way it's going to be, this is not bad. But earlier on, it was all over the place, very messy. You couldn't read, and it paused. It just stopped. So. All right, guys, I am in nothing right now. The Grove, I got a little bit. I was hoping for a bigger pop move through the seven, but the VRCA, of course, I was out of. The AREB made pennies. And then the USEA, that was a wild one. So I'm in nothing right now, and I'm still kind of struggling with the technology here. So got to be careful. All right. Well, with the oil prices and everything sinking for the last few days, there's PTEN, but I guess I'm suspecting, of course, that oil must be rallying a bit right now. Let me just do a quick look. Yeah, so Brent is off that 100. It's a 104 and 1. So energy stocks are starting to move. You know, PTEN, it's got some room. You will probably see a lot of energy stocks that look pretty good today in terms of looking left on a daily chart because they have been kind of thumped over the last few days. So in theory, there should be some room for some of these energy stocks. All right, guys, so it is 10:28. Well, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. And again, I apologize for some of the technical issues I've had with these builds that I'm testing for the company. Looks a little more smooth now. So, as always, I'd like to start off with my home page. Now, that discount code that we're going to, the promo code we're going to see, unless a gentleman who looks after that for me has made the change. Well, let's see, usually he lets me know if he's done it. But we'll see. So I put in my homepage link. There is a lot of information on my homepage. So if you click on my link, yeah, so this has not been changed. So the promo code you'd have to use, you want 15%. Okay, so there's the promo code to use, the Barry for Alpha for 15%. This promo code is no longer valid, so if you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'll give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost you. Yeah, we still have this here. Let me just see if it does work still. I tried it this morning. I don't think it is going to work, but no. Yeah, so okay, so anyway, there were four plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Okay, so the premium annual is $2,000 less the 15%. Standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. The AI gave you Bed Bath and Beyond earlier today. I would have got out a lot earlier than that. But anyway, this I'll go over the AI in a bit. That's the big difference. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, don't. Unless you know you absolutely want this product, do not take out an annual subscription. Start off with a monthly. You'll get a discount off that first month. So standard is 118, 228 for premium. You can take the 15% off that first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, and there's nothing wrong with that, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do want to, at some point take out an annual, we'll honor that 15%, okay? Whenever you do it. But test the program out, make sure you want it. The reason I keep saying that is because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. You're 2 months into the program and if something happens, you don't like trading anymore, or you don't like the program anymore, you're not going to get a refund. So make sure you like the program, okay? If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. Let's get started, okay? I know I nag at you guys, but I have no patience for people who ask me and nobody in this room. I don't ask questions, okay? But how do I download? Well, you haven't done this, obviously. Okay. No, how do I log in? First start up and log in. Okay. Take the 30 minutes. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. Okay. I'm assuming you did the get started, spectator. Now, I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it right here. This is free. The trade of the week, which I mentioned, was APPH. And that was delivered Tuesday morning because Monday was a holiday. That is free. You'll get it delivered, to your inbox about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Free. Education, big education section right here. So once you've done the let's get started, then you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by the user guide. You don't have to know everything. So you've done the getting started. You, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. This will describe it, how you can create them if you want. Okay. And then the stock racing. I would really look at this also. Now look at Bed Bath and Beyond again, ramping up. Okay, and I find the single stock window, I think it's a very handy window. Multi-strategy, it's okay. I mean, if you screen space is an issue, a multi-strategy window, what it allows you to do is to take all your alert windows and put it into one giant window. Okay. I'd probably put the price alerts in place of that because I think price alerts, setting price alerts on charts. But get this down first, okay? Just get the basics down first before you dive into the rest of the guide. And the guide is like any other guide. Lots of information, but you don't have to know it. Know everything. I know I use my analogy of looking at a Word guide, an MS Word guide. If somebody said you had to learn everything in that before you could start, nobody would do it. So you don't have to learn everything. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So Steve Gomez will be in our room between 12 and 1. I do take a break at between 12 and 1. So he'll take over for me in our YouTube room. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So, congratulate him. It's not easy to try to come up with one stock as the trade of the week. Okay, so he'll be there. So, give him some kudos. Between 3:30 and 4:30, when I shut down the main room, Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room, and that's Monday to Friday. So lots and lots of support. Daily webinars. So next week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week it was the Monday, Wednesday. So, but you can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading, brand new to trading, this is a great little series. It's all free. It's not third party. Michael Knox works at Trade Ideas. So this is not third party. And it starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, I really, really recommend you take a look at this. And then last, so everything I just mentioned is all free. My scans, of course, you must be a subscriber. So here is the race that you see over here. This is the race you see. You will hear me from time to time talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. And the 10-day daily breakdown, there is not one today, not yet anyway. It's a scan that I really like. And this is what I use in the pre-market. I use my pre-market actives up and down, and also these two work in the pre-market, the gap up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. So there's a question in our YouTube room, how to show a new column in a multi-strategy window. Yeah, it's not terribly intuitive, so let me just bring one up. Fine, just bring up one. I don't have any up and running, so. Okay, so here's a multi-strategy window. So you right click, properties, columns, okay? So you right click your multi-strategy window, go to properties and then columns. And now you can pick, just like you can search what column you want, type it in, if it's a volume or, I think you know how to do it from here. So ST, can you just let me know if you understood that, or do I have to do it again? I don't mind doing it again, but I just want to see if I can move on. So you got it? Okay, great. And then don't forget to save your work. Every little thing you do, you must save your work. And I say that because, I make a change like that, any sort of a change I make, don't forget you have two ways to do it. You file, save or share to cloud. You give it you give it a name and save it. That's to the cloud. Not necessarily have to do that every single day for every layout, especially if it's the same layout. But you can save your layout to your computer. File, save layout. And then whatever layout you're using, you'll see it. I've never used the default layout. I always give my layouts names. And then, if I have it make a change, I just overwrite it. It'll ask me, do you want to overwrite it? I'll say yes. But don't forget to save your work. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing my scans, but we have a lot of scans here. Here meaning our toolbar. Okay, the question is relative volume says 2 and the volume percent today is 40%. Okay, that is a question. Relative volume looks at the volume up to this point of the day. Okay, so for instance, at 10:40, relative volume for Bed Bath & Beyond is 950. Okay, and that's up to this point of the day. And it looks at the, very roughly, it looks at the average over the last 10 days of what it had done up to 1040, which is different from, looking for stocks that are, which is looking, that 40% looks at the entire day. So the relative volume filter, very powerful filter. It's up to the point of the day, like the current time. Okay. I never use the volume today percent filter. I only, well, I say never. I only look at it in the pre-market because relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market. So for instance, if you were using your volume today percent filter as a column in the pre-market and you saw something with say 40%, just as an example, that would mean the stock is traded in the pre-market about already 40% of what it typically does in the entire day. But once the market opens, the relative volume kicks in, the relative volume filter kicks in, doesn't work in the pre-market. And then so for instance, and I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, but just to maybe give you a further example. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you say you want to see stocks that have traded, say, 1 million shares minimum. And you use the volume percent filter and you put 200, which is 200% ratio of 2. For you to see that stock today, it would have to trade 2 million shares, right? Double the 1 million. Assuming you're using 1 million as your, if you, you know what, let me use a smaller number. Let's just say you put 100,000 shares as your 100,000 shares as your minimum. Let's just say that stock normally trades, or a particular stock normally trades 1 million shares, and you put 200%. That stock has to, before you're going to see that stock, it has to trade 2 million shares, which is fine if that's what you want. However, what if that stock in the first 10 minutes does 500,000 shares? And normally in the first 10 minutes, it only does 10,000 shares or 50,000 shares. You won't see that stock if you use that volume percent filter, because for you to see that stock, it's going to have to trade 2 million shares. Hopefully that makes sense. So that relative volume filter looks at how much is traded up to the point of the day. And so if it is abnormal up to the point of the day, you'll see it. And so it could be on its way to trading 2 million, 3 million, 4 million shares, but you wouldn't see it until it had traded at least 2 million shares. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I'll go over that again a little bit later, but it's a very powerful filter. One thing also that I never do, especially if you're more of an intraday trader, I never, ever, ever use the, say, average volume over 5 days or 10 days or 30 days, whatever those volume, I don't know how many we've got. I never use it. Why? Because let's just, for argument's sake, say I stick in, well, I want to see stocks that have over the last 5 days have traded 500,000 shares a day at least, and use that as a filter. I mean, you can use it, but what happens if what happens if a stock that normally trades over, say, 100,000 shares a day, all of a sudden today is exploding for some reasons? Got some great news where traders have got a hold of it and is trading millions of shares. You'll never see it. You'll never see it because you have put a filter in that says this stock, or I'm only looking for stocks that on average have traded 500,000 shares a day, say over the last 5 days or last 10 days. You'll never see that. So I would never use a moment. This is the filter. These are the filters I'm talking about. I know I'm kind of jumping around here, but see, we have the average daily volume, 5 days, 10 days, 3 months. Okay. So again, if you use the average daily volume and you use that filter and you put, well, let's use 500,000 shares, you'll never see that stock that doesn't normally trade very much, but it is exploding today, millions upon millions. So lots of liquidity, lots of liquidity. You don't have to worry about that. You'll never see that stock. So if you are more of an intraday trader, I would never use these filters. I would just take them out if you have them in. Like, why limit yourself? Good example would be USEA. First of all, we have we don't have enough data on it, but Grove would be another one probably. It traded 100,000 shares, traded 111,000 shares, traded, well, that was 1.48 million, but you can see that, the volume, but all of a sudden today it's doing 11 million shares. So if you had stuck, say, 500,000 shares on average, you wouldn't see this stock. Crack in the audio? Or is it my voice? So let me do a quick check. How's my audio for most people? Hopefully it's just PJ related. Want to make sure it is crystal clear. Okay. Must be you, PJ. Normal. Okay. Okay. Thanks, guys. Okay. So it must be you, PJ. Maybe clean your ears out or something. All right, guys. So let me get back to what I was going to talk about. The scans that I'm sharing. Of course, if you go to my homepage, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of scans. If you click on new, that we're sharing also, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? And each one of these channels, they're all layouts and they all have scans within. So if you click on, for instance, the explosive winners channel, this is what you're going to see. And you'll see that here's the race, the biggest gainers from the open. So my race is based on this with some changes. I upped the minimum volume and things like that, but in essence, it's about the same. So if you like this race, if you like this right here, and I'll go over the races in a little more detail later, but and this goes for any scan, like anything you see in the channel bar, any of these layouts, and if you like this, then you want to maybe make it as part of your layout so that you don't have to spend all day on the one channel and you just want to see this. So you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, the window popped up on my other monitor. And here it is. Now it's free floating. Okay. Basically what you've done is you've taken it out of this layout. Now you can save it to the cloud. Okay. It got tucked in behind here. So now you would right click and save or share to cloud and save. Okay. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can go to another channel. Let's go to the momentum channel. Pretty popular one. Okay, so here's a momentum scan. So this is what Trade Ideas is really good at, real-time alerts. So what is the scan looking for? It's called momentum. So if I right click, configure, summary. So this is how I'll get into how you could build your own scan, but I mean, again, we're building a lot of scans for you that you might like. So these icons are the filter icons. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, and if the current volume is at least 3, and 100,000 shares, etc., have traded, all these filter values have to be met. And if they are, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see ATXS. Now, you might say, well, hey, wait a minute. It's 10:50 right now. This is all Eastern time, of course, and it says 10:42. When you load a channel, you'll see the last one that happened. Okay. So if I click on ATXS, you can see right there that was right up here. Okay, that's where that high was, and it has pulled back since. So again, if you like this as it is, then again, you just right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Now you can make a change, of course. So if you like the concept of this, but perhaps you're saying to yourself, well, yeah, but I want a different price range. So you just left click on the icon, and now you can make a change in the price. Let's say you wanted a different price. I can make it 10 and 100. I know for some reason the font size is small now on this, so you probably can't see this, or can't see it very well. But anyway, you can make the change. Now it says 10 and 100. And if I wanted to up the volume, I could, minimum volume, I could do that too. I'm going to click on summary. Now you can see how it is changed. So 2 things. If you like it the way it is, you can save it to the cloud, or you can make some changes and then save it to the cloud. So you've kind of taken a scan that we've created and customized it a little bit more to your likes. Okay. Now, when you leave a channel, and then if you came back to this channel, your changes will not be saved. The reason being is that channels are for everyone. Okay, so in other words, the fact you want to make a change, to change that price range, not necessarily that is what everyone else wants to do. So that's why we say, just kind of pick and choose some of the scans you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud one by one, creating a layout of scans that you have not had to build from scratch. Then, of course, you can add some charts, and if you want a single stock window and things like that. But so we try to make it easy for you to get started. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and then click on configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. When you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. Okay, and if I scroll down, you see these icons? These are the filter icons. So this is what we call and. So in other words, when you create a scan, and you say volume 15 minutes at a certain percentage has to be something, and today's range has to be something, and the 5-minute range has to be something. These are all ands. All of these filter values have to be met. And then you select some kind of a trigger. I basically use, most of my scans as either a new high or a new low for the day. But we have a lot of different alerts and filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they made a determination. They said, you know what? Most people probably don't want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they, with the thousands of customers we have and all sorts of different trading styles, they try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So you don't have to learn them all. It's a common question. How can I learn this program? You have so much to learn. Kind of like what I said with the guide. You don't have to learn everything in the guide, and you certainly don't have to learn what every single alert and filter is. Okay. Now, let me talk a little bit about the AI. AI had a nice, certainly a nice one in the Bed Bath and Beyond. So this is what I would do if you, and this is part of our premium service. Make it really easy. Never mind anything else. Make it really easy. Click on New. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. This window. Now, for a couple things. No alerts will happen in the pre-market. The earliest alert you'll ever get would be at 9:35. So what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So then tomorrow, if you have our premium service, as long as you load trade ideas before 9:30 or 9:35, really, this window will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a suggested entry, you have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. There is no video that's going to say, well, this is how you should trade the AI. Now, I'm a firm believer in not auto trading. So if you want to, if you're bound and determined about auto trading the AI or anything else, I can't help you. For me, I'm always somebody, if I get an alert, I want to click on it. I want to see what's happening, size it up. What's the market doing? Does it have room in a daily, monthly, weekly chart? Like what is happening? I'm not going to get hung up if I get an entry, the suggested entry, the real-time alert at 5:04. And by the time I do my analysis, it's at 5:08. I'm not going to get hung up on that. These are not designed, to make 2 or 3 cents. So that's what I would do. I would just, let the alerts happen. There's nothing for you to do in that regard. There's no options. You just let the alerts happen, and how you trade them will be up to you. All right, guys, I'm just talking to one of our developers. Okay, where am I now? What's my next topic? Ah, yes. Nag, nag, nag. Okay. If you're new to trading, don't trade until you have practice in our simulator. Okay. Do not trade real money until you've practiced in our simulator. Now, let me go over that in. I'll put this link in and you're going to see what I'm talking about. I know when you're new to trading, you want to start right away. You might get lucky, but we've got a simulator here. So what I did is I put in a Brokerage Plus link. Okay, and there are two videos in that link. One is the short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window, this big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus, how you can use it to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Yeah, look at ISP. I got to keep doing this. Yeah, but look at ISPC winning a race. This is really smoothed out nicely now. Interesting. Okay. Now, Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable version. If you're using our web-based version, sorry, not available. Okay. And the Brokerage Plus window, if you click on New from our toolbar and just click on Brokerage Plus, it may look a little bit different from what you see here, like in columns. These are the columns that I like. We have too many columns, in my opinion, to choose from, but you can right-click on a column header and you'll see all of the columns. Don't ask me what some of these means. I have no idea. I wish we would get rid of most of them. It just confuses people, in my opinion. So when you load this, now okay, one other thing. In that Brokerage Plus link, there is a second video, and that goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Okay. But also listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. All it means is you don't have access to this feature. We're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Just means though you would not be able to use this. Okay, and it's not mandatory to use it, of course, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Now, so here's the nagging part, guys. Practice trading first before you start to trade real money. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, in a live account. All you need is our standard service. All right, our standard service. And then you click on SIM. Well, before I do that, you see it'll say not connected. So I'm going to click on SIM, and that'll change then to account. And then I'm going to click on account, and then it's going to change to, and then I can pick simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Now, you don't even need a broker, to practice trading. Okay. Because what is happening here is he's using our real-time data. So if you're just starting out and you're still, pondering who your broker is going to be, no problem. But you should practice trading because, and again, it uses our real-time data. And it's simple to use. When you click on a symbol, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want, the price you want, etc. Now, there's a movement afloat within Trade Ideas to simplify this again. I think they overcomplicated it. I used to like it when it had the big buy and sell buttons. Okay, and there's definitely a movement afloat. Now, you'll notice here that there is a trade already. When I activated this, it says LYT. There is a trade here. So this is something that I took, I think it was even last week, in the simulator. And I just wanted to show people, if you want to practice swing trading, when you take a trade, if you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay, so you can practice swing trading in our simulator. If you want to get out of a trade, you just if I had a bunch of trades here, I just highlight the one I want to get out of, and I just highlight it and I can flatten it. That gets me out of the trade, or I can get out of half my position, or I could double my position, or I could pick, the certain number of shares at a price. So practice, practice, practice. I think today I'll go over a little bit more of money management. So let's take a look at ISPC. Okay. Okay, let's just say you wanted to take this trade. Now this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? Because what we're going to do is we're just going to talk about 5 minutes or so about money management. So how I trade is I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, not to take a trade. So I'll have some kind of a checklist that unless I can check every single box, I will not take that trade. For instance, I joke around with Zach a little bit, for his stocks under $1. I won't trade those. I just won't. Can that change sometime in the future? Possibly. But, typically I will never take a trade that's under $1. That's just that's just me. Doesn't mean that has to be you. So I have a price range I like, usually it's between 1 and 35. Why? Well, to me, the ones that are between 1 and 35 can give a better chance of percentage gains. That's just the way I feel. So I don't usually trade the $100 stocks. But that's just me. That doesn't have to be you. That's why I'm saying people say, well, what boxes do you have to check? That's why you got to practice. You have to figure out your own trading style. So let's just say every box has been checked for me. And by the way, don't have 100 boxes that have to be checked. Otherwise, you'll never, ever, ever take a trade, okay? You can't go too crazy. So let's see if I can find something. I was going to do this ISPC. Okay, let's take 500 shares of this. And I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. Oops. I'd like to get something with a slightly better spread. Yeah, the spread is not great. So let me find something with a slightly better spread. Well, let's do, I'm sure Bed Bath & Beyond is going to be fine. Yeah, so let's take 500 shares in the simulator of Bed Bath & Beyond. The spread is only a penny, okay? So I'm going to buy at the market, buy it, sets it up, send. Okay, I'm in the trade, 548. I'm sorry, 549. Now, I am going to put a stop at 529, and I'm going to explain why. And you'll see a red bar will appear on the chart. It says approximately minus 97, well, minus 100. It says minus 97.50. So when you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. Even the best setup in the entire world. News is not one of the things that I need, but to check. But you get into a trade and it's got great news over and above everything else you've had to check. The room is talking about it. It looks wonderful. And then it starts to fade on you. It's not working. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the stock, out of the trade, if it's not working. Because the other aspect is, okay, how much am I going to risk on the trade if it's not working? I'm going to risk, hopefully it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. So how do we do that? Well, that comes into how many shares you're going to take. So you notice I put a stop here at 529. I wanted to make the math super simple. Now you might be saying, okay, I kind of get the idea that I should be out at a certain price, but how do I know what that price is going to be? So for me, the way I trade, usually I'll look at a 5-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, and I'll try to size up where I think there might be some support. In other words, a big area where there's a lot of action at a certain price, so that if it broke down below that price, I want to be out of the trade. That would be my out, okay? If I were starting out though, because a support area, my idea of a support area on a chart may not be yours. So to make it super easy and to practice, I would suggest making the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no guesswork. So, but however, and that's why you got to practice. Okay. So, however you make your stop, what I did was I put this stop 20 cents away, and I did this on purpose to make the math easy because now where your entry is and where your stop is going to determine how many shares you take. How? Well, let's say you're risking $100 on the trade and my stop is 20 cents away. I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense because I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be determined by the difference between my entry and my stop. Again, in this case, it was 20 cents. If it was 15 cents, I would take a different amount of shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet that will quickly tell you how many shares to take. The other thing I do is I risk about the same amount every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep the amount I'm risking the same for each trade. So that's why. So if you set up an Excel spreadsheet with say risking $100 a trade, and you get your entry and your stop, and it'll tell you obviously in Excel, it's going to tell you exactly how many shares you can take. Okay, within reason. I mean, you don't get hung up. It says 321 and you take 325 or 315. Like, don't get hung up, on that. But practice, 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 practice. And last, obey your stop. First of all, don't get out of the simulator until you can make money in the simulator. If you can't make money in a simulator when there's no pressure, forget about it. Trying to make money when there's pressure. I'm not trying to be, all doom and gloom here, but reality check. Okay, that's what this is all about. A reality check. If you got $500 in your account and you're trying to trade to make money, it's it's next to impossible. And I know in the States you've got the PDT rule. So if you want to be an active trader, I know you've got to have $25,000 in your account. I'm in Canada, don't have that issue. But anyway, so you've listened to me, and maybe you've been able to make money in your simulator, and now you feel you can graduate to trading for real. So you go through it and you put your stop in, you're all excited, and guess what? It starts not to work. It starts to drift down to your stop price. Now you start to second guess yourself because I mean, even though you've had all this great discipline in the simulator, you still can't believe it's not working. The trade isn't working. So you disobey your stop. And so that $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Number one. Number two, almost as bad, if not worse, is not obeying your stop, being down $200, $300, $400, $500, and then whoa, it turns around and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop because wow, look what happened. Now, can that happen? Of course, of course, of course, of course. But, I've been trading for a few years and obeying my stop, which I, didn't really understand the concept when I first started trading, has saved me way more than that odd time that when I didn't know if I hadn't obeyed my stop, it would have turned around. Okay. So I'm going to get off my soapbox. Practice, practice, practice. Okay. Before you start to trade. And I know a lot of you won't. I know a lot of you are just going to want to start trading immediately. Can't help you. All right, let's get back to what might be happening. Mike. Yeah, I mean, I know it was, the people who've been in the room every day for the last few years, they probably get tired of my going over this, but it is important because we do get, I mean, we see 250, 260 to it, whatever the number is, but it's a rotation. It's not always the same people. New people come in. And so I think it's important just, spend 15 minutes or so. This is a free room. I mean, it's a free room. Of course, I use it to promote trade ideas, obviously, but this is something that I fervently believe in, that, you can really, really, nobody helped me at the beginning. Let's put it that way. Nobody helped me at the beginning. I had to learn the hard way. And I was that classic first trade, made for me at the time, a mini bundle. Okay. I couldn't believe it. And I thought trading was going to be so simple. And then you get reckless. The other thing is about revenge trading, okay? Please, and I know it's going to fall on deaf ears. You lose that 100 in the first trade, resist the urge then to say, you know what? I got to get that back. I better risk 200 the next so I can make that one, make up that loss and be up 100. You lose that one. Now you're down 300. Wow, man, I better risk 400 the next trade so I can make that, make up my losses and still be up 100. All right, let me take a look at Zach scans here. Wow, I mean, IMTE, yeah, but that was difficult. I mean, the first alert was at 435 and it got all the way down to 219. What a miserable one this is, though. I mean, there was no reason for this to get up to 40 way back when. I remember those days. Meanwhile, guys, BBBY, very, very good from the AI. Now, how did Adapt do? This was a topping one, 1064. Couldn't pay attention to it, but that was pretty quick. I don't know if you could have, William, Zach, you couldn't have got this up here, could you, on the short? Yeah, it's funny, Dak, and I know this has happened to you and others in the room. You might, people think it's crazy what I do, day trading and all that, but and they'll say, yeah, but I traded something. Why? That's a piece of whatever. How could you possibly trade that? Well, you know what? On any given day, an old cliche, but one man's garbage can be another man's gold. And that's all we do. We just try to find the ones that are moving on a given day. I don't care about fundamentals. And you're right. I mean, the fact that insiders are buying it, is that going to help the business itself? No, but the perception, let's face it, the perception traders, wow, well, if they're sold on it, I guess I better get some too. I mean, that's all it is. Is AMC going? Yeah, it's going. All right, guys. Let's take a look at ISPC. So ISPC, one of the reasons why, for me, it would have to get through three. And then when you look left, I just see too much resistance not that far away on the daily chart for ISPC. It's a low float. So, I mean, obviously, if it could explode through that 320 area, I mean, it's got some room, but You know, it's going to have to prove to me that it can do that. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Guys, I'm back. So Grove, let's take a look at Grove. Yeah, disappointing for me. I was hoping it would really surge through that 7. I mean, it did get up a little bit, but not what I wanted. All right, guys, give me one more moment here. I've got to check some messages, internal message to me. Okay, so there's the Grove. Looks like it's back just over 6 again. So for me, it probably has to get above that 626 mark. If you look at a 5-minute chart, you see there's kind of, a fair amount of action right around there. So if it could pop through that on volume, and because then the next high is at 660, which is, plenty of room. So I'm just going to stick price alert. And if you're not using our price alerts, if you're new, I recommend that you should do that. They're very simple to do. From our toolbar, click on new and then price alerts window. That'll pop up. And this is what it'll look like. This is what it'll look like. Let me get rid of some of these now. Okay. So it'll be blank, of course. And what I would do is I would minimize the window. Minimize the window. You don't have to stare at it. Minimize the window. Why? Because let me put a price alert. You see this price alert I've got for Grove? I'm going to stick a price alert, and it's easy to do. You just go to a chart, and you see the dotted line. If you can eyeball it well enough, you can just place your price alert where you want. So I put it at 614. If I want to make a change, of course I can. And I'm going to put a price alert below. See, it's 606. Again, I could change it right there, but I'll keep it at 606. And I'll show you why I'm doing that. Come on, move. I just assumed it would move. There we go. See how it popped up on my screen? So when you minimize the price alerts window, then an alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. You sort on the triggered time column, so the alert will appear right at the top. I also put a sound alert using the actions, right-click actions, and then following this. Okay, because I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer and I know the sound for my price alerts. And so I can come racing back in to see what it is. Okay, but they think, so if you're not, it's like, please use the price alerts because you don't have to stare at a chart anymore. You know, set the price alert at an area that you think might be interesting. And if it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, just wait for it to happen. But again, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't really matter, does it? All right, let me try to get back to a little bit of trading or seeing something. Now, what time is it now? 11:26. So another word just about the races, okay? And why I'm, really started to concentrate on the races. And this is sort of my second week of almost exclusively looking at the races. It's all about focus, okay? I've been able to get rid of many alert windows, many top list windows, and just focus on these races. And the way the racing works is you start off with some kind of a top list window. Okay, this is what this race is based on. Okay, a top list window. And then you right click and you can launch the race, and you should go to the guide. Okay, this is all in the guide, but you can pick how many minutes you want it to run. Now, based on, this is the key, this is a drop down menu. Notice it says relative volume, change from the open. It's all based on the column headers that you have. So because some people say, hey, I can't do a race based on the change from the open. How come? Well, you don't have that as a column header, as an example. Okay, that would be one reason. And then the other one is the sort on. I really haven't had any reason to use anything other than the delta value. The reason I use the delta value is because that's going to show me the ones that are moving the most. Okay, and that's what I want to see. So I use the delta value. The other thing I do is now it depends on the build you've got. If you don't have an option that says show company logos, you should go to our homepage and download the latest beta. Okay. And then I also use replace cars because what will happen is something that is sort of lower down that starts to move it'll move to the top. It'll replace the cars that are above it. And the other one is the auto rerun. So why do I want that? When a race is over, I want the next one to begin almost immediately. Okay, and the minutes you want it to run is up to you. I've chosen 4. There's no real reason. I knew I wanted it more than 2, and I thought maybe 5 was too much, so I picked 4. Okay. The other thing to do is when you get to this red, if you right click and it says show top 10 winners, you have to do it once. So what that does is it'll tell you the top 10 winners over the course of the day. So it says ISPC is in the first position. Now, Grove would have been up here, okay, but I had to do a couple of reboots of trade ideas. So, that kind of messed that up. But what it's telling me right there is ISPC won 4 races. Okay, Grove, again, would have won a lot more, but it's won 3 races. So at the end of the day, you can see the ones that were super active. You can then maybe, make a top list out of it, or sorry, a watch list out of it. Follow those stocks tomorrow. You don't have to follow all 10, and maybe the top 3, especially if one is, the top 3 have won many, many races. That means there's a lot of activity for that stock. Doesn't absolutely mean it's going to happen tomorrow, but it's probably a good idea. And what do the races really do, though? So this is a top list window. So a top list window is I can sort on any column, okay? So if I sort on the change from the open column, this is telling me that Grove is at 43% is the leader. We'll call it the leader. It is the one meeting all the other filter values that I've got here. It's up 43%. ISPC is up 21%. But by staring at this, I can't really tell if Grove is moving though. I see it's sort of, it's ranked at the top here in this column, but I really can't tell if this is moving. So that's what the race does. When the race starts, every stock is sort of treated the same. It's like, it's like any other race. You've got a starting line. The gun goes off. So if a stock, down here, ALZN as an example, really starts to move, I'd never be able to see that. Just staring at a top list, I would have really no idea that's happening. Even if Grove was really moving, I really wouldn't, I really wouldn't know. All I see is it's at the top here, but I wouldn't know if it's really moving. So that's what the race does. It shows you the stocks that are really moving in your top list. So I like to call it kind of a hybrid between a top list and an alert window, because these are all real time. So this is, showing me that VEDU is moving. Just because something is moving doesn't mean you just, take the trade immediately, but at least you have an idea about what is happening in your top list. And you don't have to wait for the race to be over. Okay. It's not like you have to wait for the race to be over to see who the winner is. If you see something moving, a little bit, you can click on the alert. Here's EVFM. You can look at it on the chart, say, that's kind of interesting, maybe. So, you don't have to wait for this race to be over. And I mean, what if this kept moving to 160, 170? I mean, that percentage would be really high. So this is a way in which you can catch something that is maybe just starting to make a move. The other thing for somebody like me who doesn't play a lot of pullbacks, you can see something that was, way up here. Let's take Grove as an example. So there was the high. Now, most of my scans are all predicated on a stock making a new high of the day. So for me to see Grove again, most of my scans, this would have to be at 724. Okay, not a great pullback player, but what happens if Grove really starts to make a move down here, at $6? See, in my old scans, I would never see that move, until it hit, this 720, until it took out the high of the day. But you see, there it goes. There's 614. I put that price alert right there. And it doesn't mean I just absolutely pile into the trade, but at least now I know this is moving. Okay, there it is. I mean, there's Grove moving up to the top here. You see, so this is a way in which, you can take a look at stocks that have, pulled back a bit and then are starting to move. Okay, Brian, so first of all, you can have my race, number one. Okay, so you can see what it does. You can have my race. But if you're starting from scratch, and I can't tell you then, what top list window you're going to use. But assuming you have a top list window and you want to launch the race from it, you right click and launch real-time stock race. And then now I can't tell you, how many minutes you want it to run. Again, I can't tell you what you're going to base it on, but I can tell you that, you can base it on any one of the column headers you have. The only thing I will say is on the sort on, I would definitely pick delta value if you want to see the stocks that are, winning. And if you don't have show company logos, then you should get, if you want, because the old racing were literally race cars. You can still do that, but I think most people probably prefer the company logos. And then I would also check auto rerun. Okay, because if you do that, once the race stops, another one will begin. Now, I went over that, but that is all in our guide also. So let me just give you the guide, and and it explains it, because you might be listening to me and you could forget. No, you don't need the premium service. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, and then go to the education section. Click here, education section. Click on the user guide. And then right up here, you see TI stock race. When you click on that, okay, here you go. You've got, I think, a couple of videos, but it goes into a lot of detail about how to set it up. Okay. Question is, what can be a reason for a large spread? Well, I mean, some stocks that don't trade very much, maybe the volume is light. You know, give me an example of one, Barries. Barries, you're of a large spread. Okay, ANVS. Yeah, so I mean, sometimes, especially if it's a low float situation, 5.5 million, you can see a lot of stocks, especially at a price like this. You get a low float situation of a stock that's $2 or $3, the spread will be usually not terrible. But sometimes, when it's a low float and it's a stock that's, in the $14 range, you can get these terrible spreads. And I see what you're looking at, 14.26, 14.42. Yeah, that can be a reason. So even though it's traded, a fair amount, 1.5 million shares, which is 76 times normal, doesn't trade very much usually. That's 76 times normal, that 1.5 million. So that can be a reason. Okay. Whereas, here's EVFM, even though it is it's a low float also, 12 million, but it's a lot cheaper and lots of volume. So the spread is only a penny. But, usually it's because it's a low float and it's a, slightly higher, the $10 plus stocks. Yeah, I have my 150 mark here for EVFM. If it takes that out, then the next high is 225. All right, guys, it's 11:40, so I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes. So I just want to make sure that it's Steve in our YouTube room. And again, if you go and before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Steve. All the other traders that trade ideas are more swing trading into swing, though they're not doing a lot of swing trading. Pretty tough in this environment. But I am really I'm sort of the active day trader in the group. So there are other styles, is what I'm trying to say. Steve definitely has a different style from me. Come on. See how that worked, guys? See how that was winning the race and it had pulled back? This is something that I would never have seen before. Never. I mean, I know that I can't remember who it was. I think might have been Bob D, who said, keep an eye on it. It's in the high is approaching 6, earlier. But I never would have seen this. Never. Now, for me, pullbacks I still am reluctant to take a pullback, a straight, what you guys maybe call a pullback, 2 or 3 bar pullback, and then it starts to move. This to me made way more sense. Pull back and then consolidate it a bit. Okay. And then it's bouncing off that consolidation. That's the sort of, you want to call it a pullback. That's the sort of pullback that I like. And it is Steve, okay? I just confirmed. So it will be Steve in our YouTube room. So remember, he's the one who came up with APPH and many others. I think last week was the first one that didn't work for a while. But until then, he had a lot of, he's concentrating on a lot of energy plays. DQ, somebody mentioned DQ actually. This was a few weeks ago, and the trigger was 60. So it's 74 now. I'm not saying you would have held on through all of this, but again, not easy to try to come up with one stock as a trade of the week. So show them some love. If you go over to our YouTube room, or you guys who are in YouTube. Oh, yes. It's amazing with all the, obviously I have no total concentration on trading, but can still get it done because I've got trade ideas. No, no hotkeys, James. No, none whatever. I mean, the only hotkeys are in Brokerage Plus, so these are some hotkeys, flat and half and double, but no hotkeys. Oh, I thought this was DWAC and it's DNAC. I'm going, oh my gosh, is it down to 10? No, this is DNAC. Oh man. Yeah, Grove is now definitely lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I mean, can it do it? Can it get over 7 even? I've got to take some off, guys, because I'll be taking my break and I can't trust it, because I had the big rug pull. So I'm taking some off right around this level here. So remember, I put some price alerts. I got the price alert, but I also glanced up here and it was winning our race. Actually, you know what? It wasn't at the top. What it was doing, it was moving up. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. On a topless window, you'd have no idea if something was moving up. None, zero. But here, I was watching it move up, and now it's at the top. I didn't have to wait for it to get to the top, though, to see that it was moving. See how powerful it is? Now, listen, I know Shady's in the room, and there are some things we've got to work out, but conceptually, you just want to focus on one window all day, and make it easier on yourselves. It's all about the right top list window, of course, that you're launching the race from. But this is a pretty good one if you're looking for, to go long. And I was a disbeliever. I hated it. I didn't think they were worth anything. All right, Zach, you've had two alerts today, and well, for me anyway, the ADPT 1064, though I don't think you could have got this up here. This looks like this was up and down so quickly. And then the IMTE would have been really, really a challenge, getting all these alerts as it was going down. Okay, do you do it here? Do you do it here? Do you do it here? So I had to discount that one. I mean, eventually 219, had a pop, but would have been very tricky to pick where you're going to try to pick a bounce on that, in my opinion, anyway. All right, I'm all out of the Grove, guys. I just can't because I'll be on my break pretty soon. I cannot hold on to this, so I'm all out of the Grove. GROV. What I'm okay, Zach. Here is our level EVFM at 150. The high right there is 150. The high right there is 151. And then after that, the high is 225. So this is getting interesting. Yeah, Jim Z, I agree that the logos are a lot easier to read, look at, as opposed to the the race cars. Well, the other thing about the race cars, we added a bunch of stuff from the early part because before all you could see was a percentage. So if you had the race car up, I mean, this would get really, because now we have, the actual price that's moved, the price of the stock. We've got a little bit more information here. If you had the race car, it would do, I think, just way too jumbled. Oh, there is a definite improvement. I can tell a definite improvement in this new build, even though it was all messed up for me at the beginning. I'm just looking. You see how this is way quicker. When the race ends and it wants to put a stock up here, it was like herky jerky, herky jerky, herky. Now it's smoothly going up. So improvements are definitely coming. Oh my gosh, I got out of Grove. Look at it now. Oh well. Oh man, is that ever moving now, the Grove? 722 is the high. And believe me, lots and lots of traders, they look for high of day breaks, and if it happens on some volume, you'll get people piling in again. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Just looking here, 761, just looking for these next highs. So it looks like the next high is 731, and that's what happened here approximately, 724. So that's why if it takes us 724, it still has to contend a little bit with that high here of 731. Then you've got 761, then you've got 823, and then you've got your fantasy area of 1250. Yeah, the EVFM is looking good. Not in it, not in it. I just, because I'm going to be on my break, I don't want to take a trade right now. I can wait. There'll be stuff happening in the afternoon. So I just want to put the YouTube link in. Again, Steve will be there in about 5 minutes, I guess. And you can head over there. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Wolf, what are you doing? WULF. WULF. Oh, look at this one. So I just think I mean, if you ignore all these little areas here, I mean, 224 obviously would be a great target, but, I'm always thinking that they always stumble every time. For me, if all this were underneath and if I were looking left on the daily chart and the next high that I'm seeing was 217, this should be, a primo focus, really, and for the WLF. Not crazy low float, 36 milli, not high, but not certainly not low. So this is the type of pullback that I don't like. Okay, the ISPC, I know it's starting to move a little bit. This is the type of pullback I don't like. What I'd rather see is a little bit of a base, consolidation for a bit, and then get that, and then start to see it winning a race, just like the Grove. The Grove, sorry, just like the Grove. See the difference for me anyway? See how it based here? It's got a big chart up. So, I mean, technically, this is a pullback. I mean, this is a pullback. I mean, it pulled back from the highs, but it kind of based here, over 45 minutes. I mean, there were some topping tails and bottoming tails, and then it made the move, as opposed to ISPC, which is just a straight, classic pullback, I guess. I say I don't like this. But that's me. Some people love this, they want to pull back to a certain price level or to a moving average, and then it moves off there. I just look at the intraday as being too much resistance. So the smart stop, Jathan, quickly, because Steve and if Steve takes over, that's fine. So when you click on an alert, so if I click on Grove at 674, I see Steve right there. It'll generate a smart stop. Okay, and that is just something that is it's based on the volatility. I think it's 15-minute volatility, et cetera, the high and low of the day. And what it's telling you is that if you took the trade at 674, then there is a suggested smart stop. That'll change all day long. Okay. If I clicked on Grove later on, say it was at $8, this smart stop would be a lot higher. Okay. So that's what it means.
Barry.
Steve.
How's it
I heard
going?
the ping. I was just trying to, and if you want to elaborate on the smart stop, that's fine. And I've told everybody to give you lots of applause for your APPH. I know it's pulled back today, but come on, goes from what 380 up to 440 percentage basis. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I even got a sell tag on there. I took some off at the 200-day. If I typed APPH, that might help. There we go. So you can see I was looking at this 200-day, and I even mentioned it in the Trade of the Week article. If we do get fortunate enough to get a nice big bounce up into that 200-day, I'm taking some, not all, but I took some profits there in both accounts. So far, so good. The plan is working.
Yeah, it's either 447 and what did it get up to 454? So right in that 200-day area, yeah. And
Yeah.
it just stalled right there. I mean, you can just sort of see it just stalled right there.
Yep, and that's why I like to take half off when people are rushing up to buy and it's making new highs at a level that I've already told myself. And trust me, in the moment, it's so hard to take some off the table because it's working, but I have to force myself to literally log in and take a third off the table at that level, regardless of what the next tick is going to look like, because usually I won't regret it.
Yeah. Okay, my
Okay,
friend,
enjoy your break.
1201. You might want to, Jathan's asking another question of sort of a follow-up question. Okay, so He's talking about not getting alerts. It's just in a single stock window. So I'll let you handle all
Okay.
that.
All right. Sounds good.
We'll probably see you at about 5 to 1. Okay.
See ya. Uh-huh. Hello, Jathan. I do not get alerts. It is just a single stock window.
All
Okay,
right,
so
guys. So Steve is there. So I'm going to take my break now.
one sec.
And you heard me talking to him.
Yeah. All right, so back to Jason's question. Why is the smart stop so, F, I think Barry explained that I don't have those levels on there, but it'll show you a suggested level of stop based on average true range, volatility, and things like that. And they're all stock specific. It's not just a random number. Your second question is I do not get alerts. It's just a single stock window. So yeah, this is the single stock window. And you can tie that together with an alert. So if I want to click on DNA here from my alert down here, I get a chart and I get a single stock window that tells me all the details that I want to know, volume, relative volume, etc. So if you're looking for a specific scan, I don't really know what you were originally looking for. But yeah, the single stock window, Jathan, is just a data window to give you anything you want. And if there's something that you don't see in there that you would like, you can likely add it by right-clicking to configure. And you can just search, like maybe you want to see dollar volume or something. So dollar volume, I want to see more dollar volume. So you could add that and show that column here in the single stock window, and it'll give you all these custom data points that you want. But as far as the alerts and the scans go, you can go anywhere with those. Hello, Iris. Iris, the ETF race is not active. Why? I'm not sure. Is that a channel? Is it the ETF race on the channel? Hello, Perfect Circle. Hello, Sahar. So what's going on here today? Well, SPY and Q look like they're attempting to just rally up and do the same thing that Apple has done here. I'll show you Apple. Apple hit its 50-day moving average right there. And a little bit of selling came in here on the intraday, and that's to be expected. It's kind of like what I was just talking about on that APPH, hitting the 200-day. So Apple's hitting the 50-day, and I'm looking at that primarily because it's kind of a bellwether. All right. Okay, so you didn't have forward in any of your alerts. You just looked up the chart and saw the smart stop and never paid attention to it. Wanted to ask. Yeah, so I can turn that on and off. I'll go back to forward here like you have. And I can say properties, show smart risk levels. And there you go. So it'll show a smart risk level. And that level, if you kind of scroll back and look, okay, you see that red dotted line. Just kind of get familiar with what the system, wow, look at that, okay? This is what the system is seeing, support, resistance, some more resistance there. So this is a pivot line, all right? The system has identified a level of prior resistance and support, which we would call a pivot line. So that's the downside smart stop for Ford. If you were to buy it and it broke that pivot line, our system is saying you might not want to be in that trade. It's not working. That pivot line did not hold. I choose to keep those turned off. The less noise, the better, because I kind of know what I'm looking for. Yes, they can be turned on for any chart. So you saw how I just did that. No matter what you do, right-click properties. If you have that enabled, every single chart will do that for you. So let's look at the Qs. What would they say right now if we were to get in here? What's the level that makes sense to get out on the Qs? All right, kind of goes back here to some support. Looks like this one's kind of looking at these levels here yesterday, kind of resistance, support, resistance. So they're just suggested ideas. They're not, cut in stone, do this, do that, but they're just additional ideas for you. All right, let's see if we're caught up here on the channel. Yeah, I don't know. Let's do this. We'll pull up a new docked channel bar and see if it's in there. The ETF channel. Well, it looks like they both just counted down and started working for me, Iris. I'm not sure what you're seeing on your end, though. But it looks like they're working. If not, try the docked channel, okay, and see if that helps. That's what I just used, a new docked channel bar. I'm going to close that down because that's kind of memory intensive there. All right, great, Jathan. I'm glad that makes sense to you. Let me turn that back off again. As I said, I like simplicity. I kind of know where my levels are. Well, I'm thinking right now, I don't know. In the IWM, we've got a little bit of space there. If I go through and look at the SPY and the Q, same kind of a thing. I just feel like we're in no man's land here. We're just kind of waiting for this test of a downward channel. Much more so in the Qs. The Qs are very close to their prior high, and also this declining 50. It's almost feels like this area here is going to be tested at some point. As far as APPH goes, back to the trade of the week, this is all just noise now. Okay, this was the beauty move right here. 3-4 days of good green bounce. Half a day this morning, big push on the open right into the 200. You can see I took a third. It was a third profit that I took on that. I only took a third because I really want to see if this stock can work. There's a big story behind this stock. It's agriculture technology, greenhouse, saves 90% water. Everybody knows what's going on with the headlines in the news with farmers and agriculture, and just seems like this could turn into a real story stock. So I took my profits here and I'm happy. Now I'll just let it breathe for a couple of days. I really don't care because it's probably going to take a couple of days to regather some strength and get your hands back on the battering ram with some dry hands and a dry log, and then push again in a few days and try and take out that 200 day. It's very rare that stocks and downtrends like this just cut through their moving averages like butter and just keep going. They usually slam into them, overshoot a little bit, and then the sellers jump in, because what we have now is a market where people are conditioned now to not buy the dip. They're starting to get conditioned to sell the rip. And so that's why we see a lot of congestion at these levels after a pretty good run. So I'm going to sit in 2/3 of my position, let this thing work itself out, and let's see if the story develops over there for APPH. But selling a third right off the bat really does satisfy the emotional demons of fear and greed. Kind of helps you relax a little bit, take some profits, settles the mind. How do I manage my watch list? I just keep an eye on them, and I'm constantly looking for things that if I want to participate in, I'm probably going to put a price alert in. So if I come to price alerts here, things that haven't triggered yet, I wanted to know if Apple's going to break right here. Okay, if it breaks, then we might have some intraday reversal. So I just set that. So the answer is I use the price alerts alongside my watch list. I use them for pullbacks. I use them for breakouts. I use them for breakdowns. I use them to alert me that something's not working. But other than that, I run races on the morning, usually in the sector, like we were just doing on the sector ETF, to try and get an idea of which ones are strong today. Today, we've got really a broad-based rally, so it's very difficult to be short anything, even though the AI found a way to make a little bit of money in NAPA there to the downside. But I probably need to clean out this watch list. There's probably a few things in here that I'm not interested in anymore. But just looking at that gives me a pretty good fresh idea, that color of what's going on today. Trying not to do a lot of short. I'm not doing a lot of shorting really at all. Was in some TZA and I sold 2/3 of it yesterday, And I've got a stop for the last third right here. So I actually made money in that trade, but not as much as I hoped. But there's a hard stop just sitting there at 41.67 for the remaining third of the TZA. Actually, it was less than a third, probably like a quarter. All right, guys, so we're caught up on questions here. Whatever you want to talk about. Down here is the what we're watching. Okay, this is the curated swing list that Andy pretty much is in charge of. And if you have this list, if something pops into it new, you can bet we're watching it, trading it, or all of the above. So today, Netflix and RIVN are two names that are on our watch list. And these are swing trading ideas too. They're not day trading ideas, just to clarify that. Let's take a look at all these trades here. I had it on profitable only. All right, big short, probably a big short. Yeah, oh man, Bed Bath & Beyond. This is like AMC GameStop all over again. 87% short the float. What the hell's going on there? So Bed Bath & Beyond is getting a pretty good short squeeze today. But I was going to go through these names as usual, just kind of highlight. Look at that. HT, highlight. If you were in this one, I'm watching the 10 SMA as usual on the 15-minute chart. As long as it stays above that, I would be wanting to stay in the trade. On the 15-minute chart, the minute a candle closes and starts trading new candles below the 10 SMA, that's when I get nervous if I'm long and I want to protect some profits. What's going on here? OSK. OSK, a nice one, a pullback, and then the AI bought off the bounce off of the 10 SMA. And it's still holding the 10 SMA. That one's working. This one's not doing a whole lot. Kind of a late to the party entry as far as I'm concerned. And if it was an active trade of yours, if it breaks that 10 SMA, I'd get out for a very small loss. Okay, that's that for the AI. Napa's still fighting off its lows. I think I saw a question here. My watch lists tend to get cluttered and I wind up losing track so often. I was curious. I don't really have a system, but I can tell you my watch list is starting to get cluttered. Probably more names than I usually want to have in here. So I'll probably clean that out a little bit today. And I'll maybe add some new ones. Like X, I really don't care about X anymore, but I'm going to keep it on there because it's kind of a bellwether. DQ was a trade of the week from 2 weeks ago. Still acting strong. Sector-wise, the solars have really started the day off strong. Let's take a look at the steel ETF SLX. Big gap up in SLX. But why is X not participating? Story over there. Kind of participating, but it's running into its declining 10 SMA. Oh, there we go. Geez, my charts got slow all of a sudden, so I'm going to go to account, reset connection, and see if that kind of helps my speed. You know what? I gave AMC a chance 2 days ago. It's just, this thing's brutal. Like right there, look at that. It was a beautiful chance. I gave it a chance this day. Didn't follow through. The very next day, that big red candle got me out. Didn't participate yesterday, but all the way back up today. So that's tough. I thought I could get a short squeeze with that nice little setup right there, that nice little congestion that was really looking good, but it never materialized until it shook me out. That was just right back basically where I bought it the first time, so whatever. If you recall, this is my scan called Slam into the 50. So we're getting a lot of these today where they all slam into the 50-day moving average like I was talking about earlier in Apple. Let's check in on that. Yeah, Apple is trying to really hold on to its 50-day. But if it breaks one red candle here midday and gives away this 2 or 3 day momentum it's had, I just feel like Apple's ready for a break here any moment. But that's just me. I could be wrong. And if we back test this slam into the 50 as a short strategy for a couple holds, timed exit, today +3. Yeah, so you simulate the sell as it's run up and hit its 50-day, you go short. Hopefully you have a good entry. It doesn't go too far past. It's still back testing rather well. A little bit of a rough patch here, but for the most part, average winner $2.40, average loser $1.09. That's a pretty good deal for a 44% win percentage. So again, this is kind of the bellwether. I'm currently watching for some market cues right here. What's going to happen? If this happens in the next 15, 20 minutes while we're talking, I bet the market's going to start to pull back a little bit and run out of steam. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading something here. All right, Jathan, is there a way I can? Is there a way I can short? I do not have margin account, but it's still like if. Well, that would all depend on your broker, whoever your broker is, Jathan. I mean, you could take one of these alerts right here, and for instance, this CEG right here. Okay, it's bounced off the bottom. Now it's slamming into this 50-day. You could go to your broker and just say, I put in the CEG and code it as a short sell. I don't know if you necessarily have to have a margin account to be able to short sell, but your broker needs to be able to lend you the shares they have in their inventory. So usually what you would do is you would queue up an order and pretend like you want to go ahead and send the order as a short sell. And that's when they will tell you, like confirm the order. They will say, oh, nope, sorry, this stock is not borrowable, or this account is not able to short. So the only real answer to that, Jathan, is for you to go to your broker, whomever that is, and enter a short sell order and hit send. And during the confirmation process, it'll probably tell you whether or not that order can be sent. And then you'll know for sure. But Jason, my point is, as an educator here, is to try to get people to not chase things short. Okay, to not look at CEG here last week and say, "Oh, it broke all these broke all these, I'm gonna short momentum, because once you short new red ticks and new lows, you feel good for a little while, but it's just a matter of time before the market and the stock has a nasty way of bouncing you out. So I prefer to wait for these big movements up and then wait and see. Like, for instance, if I wanted to short Apple, I would just be sitting here waiting. If I wanted to short Apple, I'd be waiting for the first red tick off that intraday 15-minute chart there to close a candle to show me that maybe momentum was dying. So the point is, trying to get people not to chase shorts. I'm trying to get them to wait for a couple of days of bounce and then slowly get into them on the daily chart using areas of interest, in this case, the 50-day SMA for sure. Yeah, Altrade's got it. Just try shorting one share way above the current price and see what it does. You can't short without a margin account. Definitely with IBKR. Okay. Good to know. Hello, Peter. BOI, Boil, natural gas, doing well on your scanner. It is doing well, and having a nice relief bounce here. As far as the daily is concerned, notice how these last 2 days, it did not get above the 10 SMA, but currently it is above the 10 SMA. So if you can get a close above that, well, your very next hurdle is going to be this flat 200-day. This is going to be like a brick wall of sellers there. Okay. UNG is also nat gas. All right, guys, we're all caught up. Anybody want to look at anything? Any trading questions? Scanning questions? Hang on to this remaining chunk of TZA by the skin of my teeth. It's probably going to get stopped out. That's okay. I took small profits on the first 2/3. So in the bigger picture, this market is digging in. S&P are definitively now SPY above their declining 20-day. 20-day is where it got hung up last time and yesterday. So now we're just in this kind of open area between two key levels of interest, the 20 and the 50. Oh, Blue Moon, the S&P 500, this is a really good question. It's a very simple answer. You see, I've got this kind of like a market pulse. Nothing but new highs and new lows in the S&P 500. So as the S&P starts to green tick and the SPY start to get more new highs, CLAC just hit a new high, Ross Stores new high, LR6 new high, AMAT, semiconductors doing well. So without even having to look, it just kind of gives me a feel. Like if I know I'm short, I'm close to getting stopped out of something, and I see just the market come with a bunch of new red lows, chances are I'm probably going to get stopped out. And what it is It's nothing more than a new high, new low. You can build this yourself. It's really simple. New alert, select new high, select new low, and then for the symbol list, it's already in there for you. It's called the S&P 500. If you don't see it over here, you just come to add existing lists, look for S&P 500, enable it, and then you checkbox it. So it's pulling from the pre-configured symbol list of S&P 500. So the purpose of this is just kind of to give me, like I said, a little flow, a little pulse of what's happening out there. Here's my sectors over here. These are just kind of, I need to clean these out and replace them with something else because they're kind of redundant, just old positions I've had. I'm going to do that right now, actually. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go File, Tools, excuse me. Tools, symbol list, 401k, that's too many things in there. I've really only got two things working right now, APPH and MindMed. Other than that, I've got cash. I'm not doing a whole lot. So I'm going to clear that out. And I'm going to put that down there. And I'm going to put this one over here. And I need to add a change from the open to my watch list. And I'm going to save. All right, now I'm going to save this new configuration here. Default layout, overwrite. Yeah, okay, because I've made a couple changes. Like I took off my pre and post market on that scanner, on that chart, added a column here, moved a window over here, minimized a window. So I'm just changing my layout and saving it. All right, let's see. Hopefully that helped. Blue Moon, very simple to make. If you need help with that making, if you want to make it and you need help, just let me know. Could you look at NVIDIA? Yes. Well, I already know semis are having a good day. So I expect NVIDIA to be having a good day. 4.5%. Nice bounce off of lows, but here we are again. We're in a seller's market. I think one of the worst things, a new trader that started 2 years ago that just buys the dip and buys the dip and doesn't want to short, worst thing they can do is wait for 3 days of green candle bounce and then go ahead and take a position here, which if you look left, like Barry says, it runs right smack into that first net, the 10 SMA. The next net is going to be this 20. And so when these things are in a downtrend, they have multiple hurdles to clear. And if I'm going to be buying something in a downtrend, I want to be buying it in a contrarian fashion, maybe off of a green reversal. I mean, technically, that was a green engulfing candle, okay, on NVIDIA. Might have been some sharp people on that day talking about engulfing candle, possible reversal on NVIDIA, took that position. And then now they're just kind of slowly fading out of it. And rather than waiting for 3 or 4 days to just jump in. So you've got to be very contrarian on these downtrends because you don't have much room to the upside when they start working. Again, that's why I took some of APPH off earlier today at the 200-day. I looked left. We're getting real slow here on my charts. I looked left, saw that 200-day coming right into play. I even told myself, I've got to force myself to take a third off if it hits that line. As much as I want to be greedy and hold on, I'm glad I did it. And now for the next few hours, I just kind of take my mind off it. Oh, good. You already made that scan. Yeah, good. And you can always see if you just kind of pull the S&P up, we're just grinding higher. So we've got a nice, pretty nice green market pulse in there. It's kind of like race cars, but just a different form. It's just what's that Apple doing? I'm still keeping a keen eye on Apple. It doesn't want to sell off. We have a broad-based rally today. Not a lot of volatility, not a lot of back and forth. It just seems like the bids are in there, and people are trying to put money to work, but still half a day left. Let's see what happens. How close am I to getting stopped out of this TZA? Really, really close. Really close. I gave it every opportunity. Again, I made some money in TZA off that. I bought off that low down there, sold some up here, sold some more in the red, and then at the close yesterday, sold some more. And this is just the remainder. I was just holding on to it to see if I could get anything overnight, but nope. So it doesn't hurt too much. I've already taken good profits. The trade's a winner. I'm just trying to manage the last chunk here. SPY doing a Fed cat bounce, probably. Just doing a technical cat bounce. It ran out of room to the downside. Oh, about 4. Well, we'll just let that price alert tell me when I'm stopped out of that. It's pretty much going to be a foregone conclusion. Ain't working. Back very strong. So it'll be interesting, like I said, in the next couple of days or day or two, what happens when the prices get up here. And we're out. Okay, that's how you do it. Non-emotional. I was wrong. Gave it every chance I could to stay in on that last 4th. On to the next one. Do I take all these trades? No, not in real time, but I will look at them. Again, I am a swing trader. I'm looking for longer term setups, things that can hold on for a few days, but that doesn't mean I'm not going through here and looking for ideas. For instance, this is HTHT. I was not aware of this. Not a whole lot of volume. Hotels. This thing is, look at how it got to its 200-day, and it spent a week back and forth grinding on that 200-day. Well, now it looks like it might want to try and move higher. So that doesn't look bad. So that's something I would say, well, maybe I'll put an alert in here, get a head start. So to answer your question, I don't trade them when they come out, but I will look at the charts. Like Bed Bath & Beyond reminded me, oh, wow, this thing was going through a massive short squeeze today. If I wanted to play it, I would use my price alerts to tell me for a pullback or in some cases a breakout where I would become interested in it. GameStop announced a split, so that got everybody excited. Chances are, if you've seen what I see, guys, GameStop's going to run into trouble again right up here if it gets there. Peter, what do I think of Baba? Well, the China stocks have been doing really well lately, and Baba is individually looking pretty good because what did it just do? It just took out that 200-day moving average. And it did so pretty convincingly. All right. So if this Baba can hold on to today's close and close above 122.45, this midday low here, it's going to look really nice on the daily chart going forward. And I think that that could be an interesting swing trade. But if you, let's say you did take it, the minute this thing breaks either one of these two averages back to the downside, if it goes and then comes back and breaks those, you're going to want out. Don't start talking yourself into this is a great position. I just need to sit with a loser. You don't want to sit with losers. You're welcome to do whatever you want. But I learned long ago, I have reasons for getting in and getting out of things. I'll go back to AMC. I could sit here and just lament the fact that AMC took off without me today. If I could first type it. AMC. Oh, I'm doing AMD. AMC. God, I can't type today. AMC. Okay. So again, this was my rule. Okay. Boom, bing, bang, closed below the 10, closed right on the 20. After a really nice looking, I had to just say the information that I had here on this day, on the 5th of July, I don't want to stick around for tomorrow. It didn't do what I thought it was going to do. So I get out. Yeah, and these things will happen, but that's okay. I've been in this game long enough to know that the more I break my rules, the worse I'm going to do. So in the end, if you just kind of stick to your rules, things are going to fall in your direction more often than not. Idea surfing. Am I aware of any issues in regards to continuous surfing? Turned off everything, including options tab. Okay, so the only thing that you could do is there's 2 controls for the idea surfing. You might want to expand your toolbar and make sure it's paused like mine is. that's the one you're working on, then you may need to go to tools and options and uncheck enable idea surfing. I've got it unchecked altogether. That's really the best way to do it. Do that, save it, save your layout. So next time you start back up, idea surfing doesn't start on you again. TJ Maxx slamming into the 50. Let's see what some of these things have done since they hit the 50. We've gone a little higher. Where my charts are really slow. This one hit the 50 and retreated. Stuck at the 50. Blowing through the 50. Is that Eli Callaway, golf? Interesting. All right, guys, I'm all caught up on questions. Whatever you want to talk about, especially if somebody sent you here from support that needs a specific question. We'll be here for another 20 minutes. That one's helping me. I bought some of this as an investment, not a trade. I'm right there on the 20. Was not happy about watching this after this big volume bar here. I actually bought some more. Got a full load now. But again, this is not a trade. This is an investment. This is a major, hopefully long-term hold in my 401k. I'm not interested in trading that. If you're anti-big pharma like myself, big pharma should fear companies like this that are experimenting with psychoactive drugs for PTSD and mental health, as opposed to the SSRIs, which basically just plow into people's brains. And hey, I'm just going to say it. It's sad as it is, but every time we have a mass shooting, these people are pumped up full of psychotropic drugs and SSRIs. But I digress. Tried all that, huh, Mike? And it still keeps surfing, huh? That is weird. Might want to upgrade to a new version if there's one available. You never know. But back to MindMed, I've been watching this stock for a while. I actually traded it back here, but then when it broke, technically, I didn't want any part of it. But now that it's just down here under $1, I want to own this thing and put it in my back pocket under $1 and not even look at it. What's our APPH doing? Again, I don't mind if this thing wants to slop around for a few days. I got my first 1/3 sale off, and I'm happy. I'd like to see it regroup, build a higher base camp, and let's go. Let's do it again. Yeah, unfortunately, that's where we are, Kamoy. So this is just kind of a, like I said, MindMed seems to be one of the players in this space right now that's getting more and more funding and getting on to the next phase trials. And I think we're going to live in a world here pretty soon where people are just tired of the bullshit we've been going through. I'm just going to lay it out there. We need some change. This big pharma is just a mess. Make sure I didn't miss any questions here. Oh, thank you for deleting the best adult dating sites, whoever did that. If I missed a question, let me know. We're all caught up. It's a grinding up market today. No real pullbacks. The lazy shorts that didn't cover most of their profits are now slowly being squeezed. But again, I think that we're going to just bounce right back into an area of interest right there. I may even be there shorting some things, maybe shorting the indexes again using levered ETFs, but I'm not going to do it here in no man's land. I'm going to wait for a nice push through and then maybe try again. And why am I doing that? Because that's what's working. That's what's working. Lower highs, lower lows. You want to play the high end of the channel and go with the current. If you want to go against the current and try and buy in the middle of the channel, I can see buying down here oversold for some nice bounces. They happen, but when you're in the middle of the channel here, it's really hard to gauge the backdrop and the current of what's going to be happening out there. And unless you're playing the action like Barry is, and I'm not always playing the action every day. I'm playing the things that are making sense to me. But when you're playing the action, the market backdrop really doesn't matter as much because you're probably trading off of news or story or earnings, something good. Don't worry, Wolf. It seems like it's bad out there, but you know what? It's going to be all right. I have faith. Everything's going to be fine in the end. Because there's a lot of craziness and a lot of people are waking up to the craziness. And there's a lot of people that are not going to take any more of the craziness. It's just taken a long time. All right, good. Another related question here. I looked at ETF, BMO, XLE, had the most volume. Here's what I could do. I could say I take my ETF sector list here, and I look at relative volume. We can sort by relative volume. I can see that software and solar and biotech have had the best relative volume. What were you commenting? XLE is right there. They had some good volume. So it depends on how you want to calculate most volume. Most volume in some cases might mean millions of shares, but relative volume is more important because relative volume is how is today's volume compared to what it normally does. So XSW, the software subscription model ETF, is doing great, but you can't really tell. But technically speaking, it's doing so on relative volume. The solars, we can even actually see the solars here. It's midday. We already have a higher volume than yesterday. Relative volume for solars today is 50% higher than normal. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. That's the kind of stuff you want to focus on. Compared to others, yeah. Compared to the others, sure. I like the relative volume because it compares it to itself. And you can see it's doing something anomalous. Pretty much everything's doing okay today. If I go back and sort change from the close, it's all about solar and oil, commodities, and semiconductors. Good example right here, semiconductors opened strong. Sideways action. What forced the second move higher? My 10 SMA. So a lot of times if I'm looking to enter something, forget what the daily chart looks like, but if I feel like I didn't want to chase the open and it went sideways and didn't pull back, no pullback is stronger than sideways. I'm sorry, sideways is stronger than no pullback. You're consolidating over time rather than consolidating over price. So if I see these setups sometimes midday and I'm stalking it, I will take that entry right there. I will say this is where the rubber meets the road. The price has now met the 10 SMA. I'm going to predict and anticipate, that's the operative word, anticipate a nice bump off of that early. And again, this happens better earlier in the day. The later in the day, we don't get these kinds of moves because the momentum starts to stall out. People start taking intraday profits. But for the first 3 hours of the day, if you see something that shoots up and goes sideways and then gets caught up here by the 10 SMA and you're not in it and you want to be in it, this is where you lean on that entry right there. Guess what? If you're wrong, it doesn't hurt, as opposed to chasing something really high and then it hurts because it pulls back quickly on you. So you're doing a kind of a contrarian entry on those sideways moves. I love those entries right there. I don't take every single one, very selective in what I trade right now, but that was a good looking one. We saw steel. Energy is the one you noticed. But that's how I use that sector ETF there. What's Apple doing? It's supposed to go test high. So, that right there would have been a signal of momentum dying, but it didn't do it. What did Apple do? Shot up, pulled back a little bit, sideways, found that level, and back to highs. The bulls are in control right now. No doubt about it. What was that? EBFM? Was that the one you guys were looking at earlier? Yeah, I was watching that. So, yeah, you guys were playing this one, Barry. You're watching that breakout. I get so scared of breakouts, but it's actually starting to look interesting when it consolidates here. It's getting that look like it might want to be, the issue might be forced by this rising SMA. I hate chasing green candles. I'm not a momentum trader, but I love paying attention to consolidation on strong stocks and how it relates to this 10 SMA. So I'm sure you guys will be keeping an eye on that one. All right, so that short sell that's probably the best trade of Holly today is now running into the area of interest. As a short seller, we want this thing to hit that moving average and go back to lows. That will tell us the momentum down is still in place. But if this thing turns around and starts printing green candles above that intraday SMA, the momentum is dead, in my opinion. That's just one of my steady rules that I try not to deviate from, whether I'm in a winning trade or a losing trade. Very much levels of interest when those come into play. What I need for this mind mid, as I was saying earlier, stocks and downtrends, they have major hurdles. We cleared that 10 SMA hurdle. Today, we're hopefully trying to clear the 20 SMA. Long day, I don't know if it's going to happen. If we can clear that, then that 50 is going to be in play. So there's a lot of work to do here on stocks that look like these that are in downtrends. And you got to have good risk management and not get stubborn and not get married to these things. If they want to make a lower high and roll back over, you got to get out. Compared to others. Hal, hi, I'm Steve. Jamie will be here. Who was here yesterday? Were you interested in AFRM today? AFRM. First time I've seen it, but again, look at what I was just talking about this morning. You get an explosive algo run up, not too much pullback, sideways action, and then this moving average forces the issue higher to tell you if it is in fact going to be a momentum play or not. However, when we look left, we see the same problem that we have with everything else right now. Everything's slamming into their 50-day moving average. I wouldn't be taking any positions here. If you were adept enough to be taking a position down here and you're in profit mode right now, I would be taking some off the table right here, just like I did using my own rules in APPH. You can see my sell tag there. Took some off. Still have 2/3. But when you get close to those declining daily moving averages, got to be careful. TJ. Saw TI presets on high of day, lots of options. What's your best setup if you would put one alert window for high of day? If TJ, if you haven't seen Extreme Master Blaster, that's a very good momentum scan, and it works for the. Let me get a dock channel bar. It works for up and down stocks. That's not what I'm trying to do. Docked channel bar would take you to, let's see, go to, oh, it's not in there, is it? So you'd have to go to the regular channel bar. For the likes of me, I still don't know why there's a difference. And then you go down to the key, the broke trader's vault right there. I'm not going to click into it because it changes all of my settings. But if you click into that one, look for a green and yellow colored one called Extreme Master Blaster. That one is a great one to show you stocks and momentum. And all these examples I've been showing you of stocks moving up and then moving sideways and consolidating. If you can see those happening on that scan and then keep track of them throughout the day, you can get some good entries. So just be careful not to try and chase too much green, but look for some consolidations or pullbacks in areas that make sense for sure. That might be a good one for you, TJ, the Extreme Master Blaster. And I might even have it here. Let's see if I can pull it up and just give it to you from my cloud. Extreme Master Blaster. Load. Okay, so it's actually a bit more than I thought. So extreme volume, $2 to 10's $10. Extreme volume, low float, extreme volume. So these are all things that you can look at and say, wow, this, like for instance, yesterday, okay? Not today, but yesterday, this YAB came through at a new high. Well, keep an eye on it, watch it and keep an eye on these things. If they pull back to that moving average, look at what a perfect buy that would have been yesterday on that moving average. And to this moment, it's still telling us momentum is intact. That red line is there for a reason, to remind us that there's upcoming resistance. When we click on that alert, we get that red line. So you might want to take some profits on something like that. But this is broken down, extreme volume, 52-week highs. There's a new one for you. So there's a lot of good stuff in here. I'm going to share it with you. And for whoever else wants it, it's called a multi-strategy window. There's a lot of things happening in there at once. Basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different strategies. 52-week high, all-time high, low float, above $10 and below $10, all with extreme volume. That shows us where there's smoke, there's fire. All right, so I think I got it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so here comes the Master Blaster Cloud Link for those that want to find momentum. Let's take a look at that one together. Peter Grovel. A relative volume today is 100. So it's 100 times normal. One is normal. So it would be 100 times. And you can kind of see that too. Look at all the volume bars compared to the dashes from yesterday. So that makes sense. This one's definitely doing something today. Obviously, you got some news or somebody's excited about something. So did that help, TJ? Hopefully that Master Blaster alert is a good one for day trading, for a new high of days and new low of days. And as you can see, it's broken down by different categories. Yeah, but it's weird, A-Trade. Sometimes that docked window has less options to choose from for the pre-selections that the regular channel bar has. For whatever reason, they've done that. Got it? Good. All right. Yeah, 100 is a very unusual reading, Peter. That means definitely something is going on over there. Okay, just a few more minutes before Barry turns off his mute, because I know he's lurking in there.
Yeah, you know what? I'd like to get rid of that channel bar. I know why they keep it, because there are a few scans in there that are not available in the dock. I
Yeah.
think the reason was they said it's too, I don't know, hard to build a dock. In the Trader's Vault, for instance, there's just too many, I suppose.
Yeah.
That is, to me, that doesn't make sense, because I've got some docks with it with quite a few scans in them. But anyway, I wish they'd get rid of it, because yeah, every now and then I have accidentally clicked on the channel bar, and of course your layout goes.
Yep. I hate that.
So I hate it. So I think we should lobby, Steve, in the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock Eastern. Let's lobby. Let's do it.
Here's who was asking me about my S&P 500. You can see we got a red candle now in the SPY, and just kind of a pulse here. I can just feel it without even having to look at the charts. It's a little bit of a sell pressure coming in. What was that one you guys were looking at? EVFM?
EVFM, yeah, it has to hold over that 150 level.
Yeah, it does. And if it can hold above that consolidation level and that 10 SMA comes up to meet it, could have another interesting afternoon.
Yeah, I'm just looking left, and of course all I see is 225 is the next high looking left. So Obviously, it got some room if
You got
it,
a
as you
gap
say,
at
it can hold.
you got a gap at 165 too.
Mm-hmm.
Vacuum up to the gap.
Yeah.
Oh, let's
Yeah.
see. Need a way to minimize or open and close the channel bar. Yeah. I prefer the docked channel bar, Hal. That way you can minimize that docked channel bar and you can kind of keep it out of the way. So if you just launch a new one, you can create yourself a whole new separate little container layout here. And then when you're not using it, just minimize it. And then if you want to bring it back up, you've got that icon right there. And it's just a nice way to have maybe two different easily accessible layouts.
I'm actually watching AMTX right now, Steve. AMTX. Longer it holds over 5. And I just look left, and the next high is 551. So, it's about a 10% move to the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least it's got some room, and it's over that, that psychological 5 level for the time being anyway.
From my perspective, I'm the moving average guy, so I expect 530 there to have a little bit of sellers come in for sure. So that's what I see.
Okay.
I know I see what you see, but I can't get rid of these moving averages. They just have so much correlation for my methods sometimes.
Yeah. I guess I'm just a guy just looking left constant, unless it is a 200-day. And like your APPH, I mean, that was classic.
Yeah, that was classic, and it took
That was
everything I
classic.
had to sell. That's my one weakness. I see this and I get greedy. I'm like, don't sell here. It's going to go. I'm like, no, it's not, Steve. Every single time you wish you had sold some, so just do it.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I didn't actually realize it. Did you realize that when you did the trade of the week
Yeah,
that the 200-day was there? You did, okay.
let's back up. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
I see a near-term target to sell
Here
would
we
be
go.
declining.
Near-term target would be the declining 200-day. I mean, how many more shots can I call to left field, Barry?
Hmm. I didn't read far enough.
No, most people don't. They read the lead, and that's it.
Yeah, that's right. In this case, the lead got buried.
The lead
So
got buried below the
the
fold.
lead got buried. Oh, good. AMTX is just making. I think. Well, I'll keep an eye on that 533 and with another eye on the 550 for the
All right.
AMTX. I'm in this one right now.
Good
All
luck,
right,
guys.
Steve, you want to take off?
Yep. I'm going to take
Okay,
off.
let me get my screen going. I think my screen is going now. Yep. There's AMTX.
All right. I shall remove myself.
Okay. See you
Bye-bye.
later. All right, guys, I'm in both rooms, and I just mentioned in the other room that I'm in AMTX. AMTX. And let me get my music going. Okay. Boy, I got pretty excited about the Grove also. I thought the Grove. Okay. Now, why did I look at AMTX? And you know what? It may not be a dynamic mover. I mean, the relative volume is okay. It's not great. It's over 133. So I mean, it's not like this is a wild one, but looked at it over $5. So that's a key level for me. I look left. The next high looking left is 562. Is that right? I thought it was 550. Yeah, 562. Steve pointed out that there's a moving average that he follows at around 533. If I got the 533 from my 509, I'd be happy. And let's see. That's what's happening. I don't have my sound alerts on. Yeah, so I was saying with the Grove, I got very excited right up here, guys. I was poised. In fact, it actually took out a couple of price alerts. Those alerts up here are now green, and I was poised. I thought, okay, because when you look left on Grove, the next high was 761, and so all that action, where did it get to? It got to 769, And I was getting ready, if it just based a little bit longer there, to take that trade. And then it pulled back. So did not take it, but I thought maybe that could get it going again because then 823 after that is the next high. And then the huge level over here at 1250. Yeah, I'm not in the EVFM. I know I might have taken it had I not been taking my break, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. This doesn't look, I mean, it looks like if it bases really, really well here at 150, because then, we talked about this before, the next high looking left is way up here at 225. So SimQ, I'm not sure. Simp. I'm surprised Zach didn't bring that to our attention. Simply Inc. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Don't know. Lots of volume. Though I would have thought there'd be a lot more volume for that action. Yeah. Don't know. I don't see any. See no news at all. Zach, where were you on this one? SimQ and Dak. Zach and Dak. The Penny Play brothers. Hmm. It's crazy, isn't it? I think I disabled pink sheet stocks on my IB platform. Certainly the quote aspect of it. Maybe I can buy them. I don't know. Though I don't see any. I see a bid of 131 and an ask of 365. Yeah, so it's untradeable. Yeah, look at this 131, 365. No, then it just popped up. I don't know what's going on with this, man. All right, let's take a look at some of the ones in the races. Oh, that could be the ultimate. Yeah. Now with that Q, did they get delisted or something? Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any news on it either. I don't see any news relating. This is not, this is simply incorporated. I don't think this is simply good foods. No, it isn't. So I don't see anything on this at all. No news at all. Yeah, the Q, okay, so I'm wondering if they got delisted because as Ryro is pointing out, Q means they're delinquent on their financials. Not that anybody cares if they were able to get it at 7 cents today. I'm seeing the market is just kind of meandering now. Well, not even meandering, it's just kind of stagnant a little bit. I mean, there's a little red candle forming here, but I'm not seeing a lot of movement on things that I'm following anyway. Yeah, Ulmer was a good one from the races yesterday. Yeah, well, okay. Had a pullback, quite a big pullback. Nice one from the races yesterday, though. Fairly steady up. All right, box D. Again, I just wish, I mean, some of these look they all look the same. I wish some of these just had the big drop and then none of this in between the next high looking left. So look at box D. Next high looking left is 290. Well, no, that's not true. 294 would be awesome if that were the magnet, but you've got all these little days to contend with. I just don't like it. This is one that I was sort of interested in, the ATXS. And looking left 394. I guess I'm now going to lose my interest. Okay. You might want to keep an eye on ANVS. ANVS. Mentioned this one just a little while ago also. It's trying to get off that 15. What did it get up to? It got up to 1535 and pulled back. It's trying to get up to that 15. It crazy action in the pre-market. Had a very positive looking press release. And then they issued another one that wasn't quite as positive, and that just caused it to dump. But it's recovered. I mean, it's still now it's positive. But remember, this has come from $13, so it is popped on $2 from that from the low. And that was the 945 low right there. Or that's the candle, the 945 15-minute candle. Okay, BCAB, cab. So what's the high yesterday was 404. Again, a little argument to be made that if it can take out that high of yesterday, it may have a bit of a run. Well, guys, I can say this, other than that momentary blip at the beginning of the day, this is way smoother now in the way it moves the symbols up. But we've got some other little bugs. Notice here, we don't see a price on this monthly chart, and it's something to do with not enough data or some crazy thing, and some little truncation happening. Usually it's only on the higher time frames. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Well, yeah, this is just a very turning into kind of a bit of a boring day right now for me anyway, for the stuff I'm watching. The MTX, I was hoping might get into the mid 20s, but that might be too much to ask. And look at that VRCA. I had high hopes for that one. That looked pretty good right up here after it took out yesterday's high and looking left on that big void, but no go, just no go. I mean, even Grove, look at Grove, how it sort of almost settled down here. Yeah, Dak and Zach. I don't know. I don't know if Zach's still here, but Dak, yeah, it doesn't look good on your. I guess you're out of your EVFM. I think you said 139 was your stop, but this just doesn't look. It just doesn't look like it wants to do it. Not today, anyway. All right. Well, what I'm kind of waiting on then is something that we haven't seen today, coming from the top list, maybe making its way up that we just haven't seen today. Coming kind of out of nowhere, getting a bit of a surge. I don't like this one. I mean, MVIS, just look left. I mean, 485. Well, I guess actually, I mean, this has got room. Oh, that's on the monthly. Sorry, that's on the monthly. It's the same on the weekly, 586, but you know what? Takes out five. I mean, there, argument to be made. Taking out five for the MVIS could have a little run in it. Okay, well, remember I was saying Grove wasn't doing very much. Doing something now, guys, and it's all going down. Look at this. So not shortable for me. This could be all she wrote. Okay, Zach's AREB is actually having a little bit of a pop here. Hey guys, I'm got this little AMTX. I might be getting out of it. I'm in at 509. It's right there now. Any further weakness, I'll just check out. I just don't think, even if it moves, I don't think it's going to move that much now. So yeah, the ANVS that I thought might have a shot here. ANVS, it looked like it pretty good over 15. It's kind of waiting on it to see if it really, and now it's starting to drop. A bad little alert from the AI for this HTHT. What is that? How? Because hotels. And another new high now. Another new high for BBBBY. Did I maybe one too many B's? But look at this. Look at this move for BBBY and winning a race. Winning a race. Okay, Art. Okay, before I do it, so Art is asking the strat scanners. So you can hear me and you can see my screen. I need 2 yeses before I do it, please. I think there may be a delay. Okay, there's the yeses. Okay, so toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, click on new, click on Market Explorer. Okay, this window will pop up. Right click on it, and then you see server window, just hover over server window, and then this pops up. Okay, and the only ones still are the same ones from yesterday, right at the very bottom, double inside day, and then 2D-1 and 2U-1. Those are the four, those are the three that are in here right now. Eventually, what Michael is going to do, as he keeps adding more and more, there'll be like a folder, and it'll be called strats, something like that, and they'll all be in there. Okay, did you get all that? So there's still just the three that were yesterday. And then when you now you're not a subscriber yet, I understand, but if you click on it, then this is what you're going to see. And again, I don't know what the parameters are in any of them. But obviously for you guys who follow the strat, the group, I guess it'll make sense to you. Yeah, so Hall, yeah, so Michael is going to add many, 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 many strats. Okay. It's just a function that he can kind of get them out, but our developers then have to do something. So, it's always, if we could devote, one person, both on the development side and then Michael to do it, they could be popped out, every day. But that's not the issue with our company. So, but if you're like you can take a look at them right now though. So here they are, the double inside day, and then let's just take a look at what the double inside day is giving us today. Only one BHAT as an example, at least when I loaded it. I don't know. So BHAT. And I guess some strats are for, well, swing trades. We'll call them swing trades. They must be for various hold periods, I'm assuming though. There are longer term swing trades and swing trades. I think there are some intraday strats. Yeah, it'll be real time. They'll update intraday real time. Especially if it's an intraday one. The other ones I don't know. I mean, if it's a swing, I really don't know. But they will update yeah, they should anyway. That's the whole idea of it. Though I don't see a time, I'm just, so I don't know. I can't, I don't know. It all depends on the filters that are being used, but he's creating them as per, like he's not making this up. He's in contact with whoever's running it. Okay, so Hall, a bit of a lull in the action for me. So let's take a look at, do you have, can you load this? So let's take a look at the strong stock, 2-day -1. So when you say -1, inside candles are a 1. So if I look at Go as an example, so inside of what? So that's what you meant. You meant like 2D1, 2 days, is that 2 days? And then 1, meaning this is an inside candle. So 1 would mean this is an inside candle. So how would you interpret Go? Or CDR? So CDR was yesterday. I don't know why that seems to, or looks like most of it's based on this daily candle. And by the way, yeah, it did update. I'm just noticing it did update. AMC just came in. So these are real time. So for instance, AMC, so it appears that the position in the 20-day range and the year, these are important. Anyway, you guys who know the strat, you can play around with it of the three that we have. And as the commercials say, more to follow. All right, let me load that again then. AMC disappeared, so there's a 5 minute. Well, let's see if I get another one. Well, okay. Anyway, there it is for you guys who know how to use it. Those two anyway, and then the double inside day. They're there for your viewing pleasure. All right, AMTX. Well, I didn't get out of it, but let's see what happens here. Inching its way again, but time is it? 1:36. So today's Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting that I shall attend at 2 o'clock. Boy, this Bed Bath and Beyond guy is going to take out 6. I mean, there's the 546. So the next high after that is 687. Be really interesting to see what it does tomorrow. You are welcome, Art. All right, here we go. Here's some. Okay, so why are insiders buying Bed Bath and Beyond stock for the first time in 5 months? The largest and most noteworthy insider buying comes from the newly appointed interim CEO Sue Gove, who she took 50,000 shares at $4 a share, 461. Another individual, 10,000 at 494. Another board member, 10,000 at 490. Likely trying to instill confidence in the company's investor base following its disastrous quarter. So there you go, guys. I mean, a couple hundred thousand, $250,000 or so that she's put in at 461. What is driving KOD? Let's take a look at KOD. I did see that somewhere. No idea. Now on the 30th, but that's, a while back. 25,000 stock option at 764. But that's on the 30th. Oh yeah, look left. I mean, here's a ton of room. 962, so it took out that. Problem is, you're in such a extended position right here, trying to take it right now. But yeah, you look left and yeah, I mean, now I don't know what happened here. I doubt if it actually, I don't know if this was a reverse split, if this is split adjusted or something like that. Well, float is not that low. So I don't know what happened here. You guys, somebody would have to go back, take a look at last year in February to see if there was any devastating news for KOD. Or was this something else that happened? Well, Hall, if we get more of them, you can teach us. Any of them good for if when Microsoft's adding more and more, you can. I'm assuming you know these pretty well, so it's just a matter of telling us which ones are suitable for day trading, and then of course swing trading. I mean, but for me personally, day trading. Even Uber is trying to come back after yesterday's news about Amazon and Grubhub. How's Dora doing today? Yeah, modest, but Uber looks like it's coming back a little bit more than yeah. So Uber's doing okay after that news yesterday. Okay, Art, I will wait for that to happen. Yeah, HTGM. It just showed up here. Price alert. I set a price alert. A lot of volume coming in. And why did I set that price alert? I guess to take out that high over here, 133. A lot of volume coming in. And looking on the weekly chart, the next high is 170. So that's on a weekly chart. So I guess there is some room. So there is, some activity, some action, some enthusiasm for HTGM right now. Definitely a nice volume. It's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute candle by far, by far. So, okay, Fab. So when you say, how can I change the race based on one of my scans? I can't find the way on setup. So did you go to the guide? No, but when you say based on one of your scans, it has to be a top list. Okay, it has to be a top list. It's always based on a top list. And then after that, so you always start off with a top list, and then really it's so you have a top list. I can't tell you what top list you're going to use, but and then once you have your top list, you just right click and launch, and then you control what you want to see. So when you say scan, understand the race is launched from a top list only. You cannot launch a race from an alert window. So let me know if that helps. Or as Pepe is saying, are you talking about you've got a race running right now and you want to change it? I kind of have to know where you're coming from. If you don't have a race running and you want to start one, start your very first one, it always starts from a top list. Now, and I cannot tell you what top, I mean, yeah, I can give you mine, but I can't tell you what top list you want to use. And the big thing about the top list, of course, it's, you can, I mean, I'm assuming this is a pretty general top list, guys. Remember, all it is just looking for stocks between 1 and 50. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from the close. That's all it is. Nothing fancy. How you run the race, though, is all going to be based on the column header that you pick. It's going to be the change from the open. Maybe you want to see stocks that are, accelerating in relative volume, but that's up to you. Or the change from the close. I mean, this is based on the change from the open. But, that's up to you how you want to run the race in what parameters to use. Oh, okay, you didn't know you can. So, but when you say scan, I mean, it's just semantics. Okay, so you are calling a top list a scan. Okay. And then right click, launch, and then have at it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what we do is we've created a bunch of them for you. So you would have to have then as a column, if you right click, configure, do a search, and I'm going to type in change. I think that'll probably change. Okay, so as a column, then you would want to have the change 15-minute percent and show the column. So if you already have a top list window up and running, so then you would just add the column and then it would appear, and then like I can do it here as an example. Okay, let's just show you how you could do that. So if I do it again, configure, search, type in change, and 15 minutes, okay, percent, show the column. Okay. Okay. So there's the column. Now, when I want to launch my race, right click, launch race. Okay. Now based on, and because I added that column, it's right there. Change 15-minute percent. So you do that, and then definitely use the delta. I can't figure out another way to why I would want to do anything else. Delta. And now you're running a race on stocks that are changing the most in 15 minutes. Okay, well, do other things, how long you want to run it, etc. Okay, but the key thing was to add the column. You can run a race on any column, but you have to have it, of course. Okay, guys, 1:51, so getting set for this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Yeah, Rob, I see you're 250,000 insider buying, pushing the market cap up 120 million. I'd say that's a good rate of return. How is XR doing today? I haven't seen it at all. Well, this one was pretty ugly yesterday, this EOSE, but yeah, it was basing at least 150, pretty choppy on the 15s. Had a big pop, 174, closed way down here. Well, not way down, I guess, but 140. Well, did it pull back at least a little bit for you? Did it pull back at least? Yeah, good. Okay, it pulled back. You're talking about the KOD. Aha, I didn't realize this was on ZachScan. Zach may have taken off for the day. I haven't seen a post for a while. KOD, though, is from Zach's topping scan. Now, you're long. This is actually, yeah, a lot of shorts available. I don't want to go against you, but I'm gonna set an alert though for about 990, see if it takes that out again. Of course, I want it to move higher for you. No, 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 no. Is that Zach is oh, that's right. James, you're from the YouTube, right? So the YouTube. You're from our YouTube room. No, he's a poster in this room. And he's got a couple of scans that he gave to us a few months ago. So that this is what I'm talking about. Nothing to do. No, it's not Zach's, the company. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute for a bit, depending how long the meeting goes. All right, guys, I'm now back and kind of watching this KOD to see how well it holds 10. It's a slightly underneath. I think if we can get back over 10, maybe get back up to the 10-10 level, could have another run. Yeah, look at this TTNP. Now, this TTNP was showing up just as I was starting this call right here at 104. You know, it's got some room, not a ton of room. Looks like the Kodak, or not Kodak, but Kodiak. It doesn't look like it's going to hold at $10 level. Meanwhile, wow, look at this market. This market was that was a red bar back at 1 o'clock. Looked like maybe that was it, but we've had a nice surge in the market. Nice surge in the market. Not taking my AMTX with it, but I'm still in it. It's as boring as get out, but no real reason for me to get out. It's basically where I bought it. You know what though? I think that I'm going to get out of it. And this is not out of boredom, but it's just slightly under where I bought it, so I'm just going to get out of it. And that's the AMTX. Yeah, nice to see you in this room, Jamie. Okay, guys, so it is 2:31 right now. So I think what I'll do is just quickly go over my homepage one last time, all the information you can get from my homepage. Right, so my homepage, click on my link, and this is what you should see. There we go. And aha, just a minute. This has now been refreshed, so that's not the promo code anymore. There we go. Old Barry for Alpha for 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And this is the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. So only software you'll ever need. And we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Start off with a monthly, guys. Don't start off with an annual. You get that 15% discount off the first month only. You can maintain a monthly subscription. That's no problem with that. But if you ever do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. So you can start off with a standard or a premium on a monthly basis. Find out if you like the program before you commit to an annual subscription. As always, mandatory. Do this. Let's get started. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. I have a great user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much. Just look at that top line, really, depending how wide you've got this. But getting started, you should know some of the basics. And what is an alert window? What is a top list window? Probably the single stock window. And by all means, take a look at the stock races. And support. So when I shut down the main room at 3:30, Chris Farley will take over in our YouTube room, and he's there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern time, of course. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And Michael's Back to Basic. Michael works at Trade Ideas. This is not a third party. So Back to Basics, all free. Starts off with what is a stock? And then if you want my scans, here are my scans. There's the race mode. This is this one you see on the top right-hand corner. Zach's bouncers and toppers not too active today, but you hear me refer to that quite a few times. The daily breakdown, the 10-day daily breakdown, not one today, not one. And what do I use in the pre-market? Well, these ones, they're called pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. You can also look at the gap up and down. This stops working at 9:30, but if you want, you can continue looking at it. You'd have to change the time filter, but I just like to hear them in the morning before the market opens, the gap up and gap down. And this is really my go-to though. These are top list windows. These are my go-to scans. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can look at my scans. You can look at the education. You can get the let's get started. You can do that anytime. Just save my link. And before I do shut down at 3:30, I will put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Chris for an hour. Crocs, are they still around? You know, for a non-high tech stock, I mean, 186 down to 57. That's like a high tech move. Well, I can say that I've never owned a pair. Yeah, you know, I keep thinking this ANVS might break out, but it's teased very many times at the 15 level. I think I have an alert set up here around 1524 or so. Ah, I see ISPC did actually take out $3. Interesting. All right, guys. Okay, so this one appeared on ZachScan. This is actually an AI alert also. It's done actually quite well. HTHT. However, it is on ZachScan as a potential topping play. The alert came in at 90 at 39.43. They got up to 30. So this didn't get that far up off the alert price. All right. That scan hits again. Two topping tails on the 5-minute chart. You take that one, Zach, your HTHT. I got into it. There's an area right down here around 39. That could be the support area. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to look up. Oh, you're away from your PC. Okay. Thought so. Yeah, you were very. Thought it might have been something I said. So again, this is what we're talking about. HTHT came in at 39.43 and it only got up to 39.51, which was not that much more. So it got back down to 39.43, took it just underneath that. And the support looks right around 39. If it gets in, any lower, I may just take some off. This is sort of I'm not expecting a tremendous amount out of it. ISPC, how much more are you going? Well, actually, I don't have to do that. I can just click over here on the race. Wow. No kidding. I mean, that really that surprised me. I watched this one trying to get through 3 earlier, and then this is a couple of hours doing absolutely nothing. And then out of nowhere, here it comes. Now, the next high looking left, 323, 324, 318. So it's right in that area. All right, so that is what stalled it so far. Just looking left here, 327, 323, 324. So that has kind of stalled it so far. For how long, I don't know, but now if it can take that out, yeah, it looks like the next highs, well, you've got 339, 339 on the weekly, and then 402. So in theory, it'll have a little bit of room. A lot of volume came in too. Look at the volume. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute. Biggest one of the day. And it still has a couple of minutes, a little less than 2 minutes to close. So look at that volume bar. That was the big one. I got maybe a little greedy on the HTHT. So we'll see. I'm going to just give it another little, basically it's right where I shorted it. Picking up speed in the wrong way. Okay. EVFM, yeah. Disappointing. I mean, just goes to show just because we want. Oh, I see. You are shorting it. Okay. Yeah, 13,000 right now. All right, guys. I got out of the HTHT basically flat. Oh man, the TNXP. It's just too extended for me to even look at or to take. TNXP. Okay, guys. I am just kind of keeping a little bit of an eye on the ANVS just to see if it can break out of this 15 level. Again, the only reason is because it had that big pop in the pre-market on the first press release it came out with. I mean, it's still up, 14%. Another shoe brand I've never bought is Skechers. SKX on the move. So the footwear people, Crocs and Skechers, they're having a bit of a day, but probably most of the retailers are. Take a look at JWN. Yeah, so retail's had a night. Wow, JWN, nice move actually. Nordstrom's, JWN. I've never seen this one before. This is showing up on ZachScan EHAB, 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 showing up on his bounce scan. I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it today. They just say they've announced the date of their earnings release, which is August 3rd, 23rd. So that's not a big deal. Yeah, new issue, EHAB. Don't really recall it coming out. Yeah, tough spread too. 1898, 1918, 20-cent spread for it. Spread is, well, just tightened up and on the downside. Live streaming, the room is open. Well, the room opens at 8 China. Okay, so you can come on in, and I don't get on the mic until 9, but you can come on in at 8 o'clock, and you'll see other traders in the room. You can pass around ideas, etc. I don't get on the mic until 9. And then I go till 3:30. And then YouTube takes over. You can go over to the YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30. Hopefully China heard me. All right, guys. How was your EM? Well, how did it do? EHAB. I want to say AHAB? EHAB. All right, I will keep an eye on the Kodiak, not Kodiak, Kodiak, not Kodak, Kodiak, KOD, just in case it does something a little bit bizarre. It would probably have to get up to about 1016, leave 10 behind. Whoa, guys, look at Grove. Grove is coming back here. So there's hope maybe for these ones that were really, really surging. Grove just made a new high. So what time do I actually start stream? Well, again, so Scott, so as I said, the room is open at 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. And then I start displaying my screen right around 9 o'clock and getting on the mic at 9. Okay, Grove. Please hold on, Ray. Just a minute. Okay, little Amazon delivery. Okay, so yeah, I mean Grove could have this late day run. As I say, it's a high of the day. Let's just do a quick check to see what sort of resistance there is on the left. And let's see, 761, we're past that. So 823, guys. 823 is the next high looking left. Okay, 823. Not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing that out. And what did it get to? Got up to 789. Boy, oh boy, did that EVFM just take a header, guys. Well, it just goes to show, I mean, you have a plan. It looked like it was going to work. You know, that little 150 break was holding for quite a while. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's about an hour and a half. And then this. I know it, blue collar. I do know what you're talking about. And here comes Dr. MA. All right. DRMA. Let's see what it is doing. You crack me up with these. Well, you might be saying that about EFVM tomorrow or EVFM tomorrow. If it takes out $1, like it, it just takes out $1, hits 50 cents, and then comes back. Okay, Grove, Grove. So there's that level, 761. It's got to try to hold that at least. That's the next high looking left. It's right there. And then again, 823. So see if it gets a bit of a surge. The volume is still pretty good. Here's the volume on the 15-minute. Let's see what the bounce was like. Yeah, great bounce. And actually the spread tightened up. Okay, guys, this is typically what I do at 2 or 3 o'clock. I put myself on mute. I'm still here, so I can always hop on the mic if I have to. But I usually just put myself on mute at 3. And just let me get my message. Okay, yeah. So the main room, this room will be open until 3:30, and you can head over to YouTube if you want. Chris will be there until 4:30. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. Okay, guys, I just put the YouTube link in the main room, so Chris will be there probably in about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little less. So you can head over there. Chris will be there, I say, from 3:30 to 4:30. I keep thinking this Grove could just have a big pop through. It looked like a lot of potential energy was building, but um, if we get back into the 770s, the volume is still there. I mean, I'm just looking at these 15-minute candles, so the volume is still there. What's the time here? So this has another 10 minutes, but the volume is still pretty good for GROV. Traded 35 million, 19 in the float. Had that news, hey, maybe that news can sustain it for tomorrow. I don't know. Closes near the highs. Expanded distributorship to 3 retailers, including Kohl's. It's committed to being 100% plastic free by 2025. Okay. Still have an eye maybe on the Kodiak KOD and see if it gets back over 10. I mean, it's basing pretty nicely here, you know. It's over 10 again on some volume. I mean, the volume is just fallen right off. And I'm telling you, I keep watching this ANVS as it struggles to get through my price alert. Like it knows where my price alert is, which is, I think it's right at about 1524. And it just is, gosh, you can just see, if they ever get some volume to pop that through, this could have a nice little run, and that's the INVS. But always check the volume. I mean, the volume, look at the 15-minute chart. Now, granted, you know, the first 15-minute candle is usually the biggest one. Actually, that one, yeah, that's the first 15. That's at 9:30. But I mean, there's just been really no activity since. And Grove did win. In fact, that is more. We have it here. I have it here winning 21 races, but that's actually not as many as it won because I had to do a reboot twice of Trade Ideas, and especially the first one that wiped out a lot of the early morning winners. That probably won, I don't know, 25 to 30 races today, which is really high. Close the room, Barry. Getting close, getting close. Maybe another minute or so. Okay. All right, guys. So I think I will another half a minute or so, 5 minutes early. I'll be waiting around for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. And then I can go on my bike and have a nice little bike ride. Oops. It smokes. Well, I'll tell you what, if that ever happened, somebody has invaded my body. I have left Chris, unfortunately, one of these stupid. Go here. Oh, Chris, I'm sorry, man. I think I've left you with this. I'm not sure how I'm going to get rid of that. All right, guys, I'm going to shut this room down now, get my script together, and as always, thanks for all of the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Of course, YouTube is still open. I hear your little ping, and unfortunately, I don't know how to get rid of that stupid.
Did it.
Oh, there you go.
Just click on the text on the sidebar there.
Oh, I thought I did that. Okay, but I guess I didn't click it like you did.
Yeah, you gotta
Yes.
get it just right.
You've got the magic clicker.
So I'll go ahead and swap our screens. I'm sure you're dying to get out of here.
Done. I want to get out of here, get on my bike. So yes,
trying
you're right.
to get here sooner, but I've been stuck in a remote for hours. So
I don't want to ask.
You know, .NET and C++ and whatever else someone else decided to change on their computer, and I don't understand any of that stuff, but somehow I'm the one that ends up in those remotes.
Why?
You know,
I thought that would be a Bill or a William.
I guess I don't know. I was, you know, pinging Bill, but he wasn't even sure, to be honest, and I could not get trade ideas to load on this guy's computer. So
Okay.
off to investigate. Bill and them go. So that's that.
Okay.
You're
All
off
right,
on
Chris.
your bike.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure.
Sounds good. Have a good one, Barry. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, I don't know, exciting day today, I'd have to say, in the market, at least for me. And earlier in the day, GROV, SIGA, and then I took a small loss on FFIE here. So, it was a pretty active day for me. FFIE was a small loss because I'm stupid. I jumped in earlier than I should have, and I didn't like the price action on it, and I also was not paying attention to what the low candle was. I made a mistake and thought my low was here on the day and not there, and I decided, you know, I'm not using that as a stop, and because I miscalculated with that, I decided to just kill the trade beforehand. Of course, came and got out of it down here, and then it returned back to my entry level-ish anyways, but all the same, I made a mistake, wasn't paying attention, and that was my loss today. So I paid the price for not paying attention, and that's all there was to it. Anywho, lots of excitement in that sense. So other than that, like I said, I jumped on SIGA, and when it kept doing this here, and I couldn't really get through this level there, I decided to close the trade, and it felt like it was a good close all through here, and then it ended up doing that anyways. But happy to walk away with some money. And GROV, something similar. After that big candle happened and we started to bust through on that here, I decided to jump on that there, sold some there, sold some there, and that was all she wrote for me. Went on to that, came down. I felt good about my exits, went sideways for a little bit, ended up going skyrocket there, but you know, catching this portion of the move right here of an entire day, I was okay with that. You know, that's what we do. We catch a portion of the move to the upside. So anyways, that's my trading day in a nutshell. Lots of other stuff, you know, market overall, real up. I mean, everything is up today. Energy is up today. Semis are up today. Solar is up today. Lithium is up today. Agriculture is up today. Gold is up today. Emerging markets are up today. I mean, I don't know if there's the only thing that's red actually is the TLT and the VXX. VXX is garbage to track anyway. Just, you know, use your broker to track regular VIX, I would say. And yeah, just the 20-year bond is down. That's it. So I don't know. Maybe we put a bottom in. I will certainly be happy with that. I like I said before, I don't think we have, but I want there to have been a bottom in. Certainly, I gain absolutely nothing by us being in a bear market personally. Not fun. But other things that were up that I didn't trade that I watched, and certainly some good stuff. LAC, LTHM, your lithium ion plays that look good. ARRY was coming through an early race for me. That looked pretty good. What else? AUPH just could not follow through again today, so rejected again at that level. So, you know, a couple of days in a row here. Bang, bang, bang. Just can't seem to get through this level right here, you know, and it's a pretty big level going really far back right now. So I continue to watch it. We'll see what happens. Biotech 2 overall. Oh, biotechs are up nice. Boy, my 15-minute chart keeps getting hung. And the XBI, same thing, curling a little bit now, but still strong overall. All right, what else? BBBY was coming through an early race. I ended up not taking it. That's one that I kind of kicking myself for. Pretty outstanding alert here, or race, or whatever it was. Sorry, just asking if anybody else is having issues where their charts are getting hung up, like my 15-minute chart keeps doing. I'll have to make a report for it. We're hoping to have this new beta out to you folks pretty soon here. The races are cleaner and smoother. There'll be the replay on it, some other nice features. It'll also, let's see, you'll have the ability on price alerts. So if we go to price alerts, let me bring over this. You'll have the ability to make sure it doesn't trigger in the after hours if you don't want. I know it's annoying for a lot of people, you know, when your price alert goes off because there's settlement prints and things like that after hours. So that'll be a feature that's coming down for you folks really soon that I think is nice. What else? What else is going to be in this build? External linking. Both TradingView and IB made updates to their platforms over the last couple of months. And it left our external linking to them and a few others with some issues. And so our devs, you know, contacted theirs, and I've been working with them to try to get that under wraps and get that fixed. And so that's that. That'll be in the next build as well. That gets released, so hopefully soon. Hopefully you all have it checked so that you can see when the next build comes out. You have that set up in the software properly. And of course, if anybody has any questions, please, you know, fire those away here. VERU, I think they had some kind of news. Michael posted something. I don't know what that news is. I don't really care what the news is, as you full well know. Oops, that's not what I want at all. This kind of descending triangle here. Those like to go this way, generally speaking, so we'll see. I will say it's kind of weak to see this giving us a middle finger candle here. I'll call that a middle finger candle. So we'll see what that means. But other than that, I think it's just living off some kind of news that happened at some point. So Andy's been having a big issue with it too. So all right, so it's the next step, AVIR. I feel like there was something about this recently. Maybe not. Maybe I'm making that up. Maybe someone else mentioned it. It's a hefty gap, though, there. It's quite the gap. Also, why swing trading bios is so dangerous. You go to sleep, you're at 40. After this big gap up, look at that move, right? And then you wake up the next day and you're at $12 or $15, whatever it is. I mean, that's the kind of thing that can destroy someone's account. Let's see, what else? Yeah, no, that's really all I got to share, I guess. Like I said, energy's up bigly today, but I won't hold my breath for anything. XOP, so still way down here. Still way down here. XLE, same thing, but is there going to be a big bounce? Was the energy just overdone? I don't know. This is where I really wish we had log charts instead of these, but that's all right. It is what it is. But my point being is, that doesn't feel like it's insanely overdone to drop that quickly. However, maybe that's what it was. Maybe we're trying to find a footing into this level here and then start to build on energy again. So we'll see. If this can build on this here, and I'd say we start to take out maybe this level up here, I'll certainly be looking a lot harder again at energy. But for now, I think I'm pretty comfortable where I am on energy and no exposure to it whatsoever. And I see VT and RNL's refinery had those big moves a while ago here, popping back up. So we'll see what that means here. Again, some of these just came undone so much. It's hard to see. Nothing's ever due for a bounce. These things, I've seen stocks just literally crater like that, and the whole way down, due for a bounce, no bounce, due for a bounce, no bounce, due for a bounce, no bounce. But we call it a relief bounce here. For now, we'll see what happens. What else? KOD and COD we trust. Wow, that thing massive. Big move. Nice 21% move here on that end of the day. So a lot of alpha today. AMC up bigly. Mara, was that up? What are we looking at? Wow, yep. Nice move in Mara, 23%. I mean, this is one of those days. This is one of those gift days where you could pick letters out of a Scrabble bag, probably. 17% there. 22% here. Now part of these moves are on the gap up, but all the same, there was quite a bit of move to be had intraday all the same. So there's that. And sorry, I just want to move something across the screen. There we go. Something we learned from all of the ERU was up because apply FDA for drug approval. Drug not yet approved. Yeah, there you go. So, like I said, the news doesn't really mean much to me. Yeah, coming up a whole bunch here. When you've got these big moves like that, it becomes tough. But now we've seen coming through here. We got this kind of defined level, right? And this move like that. So it kind of gives us, now we've got a little history on it after those big moves to have some insight into what's going on here. But yeah, lots and lots of stuff here. Lots of moves. Like I said, the whole market's up here is my sector list, right? And so we can see all that right there. Starting with the UNGs up the most, down quite a bit over the last 5 days, but up the most since the open today, and up the most since the close as well of yesterday. And right down the line, B dry, XOP, even uranium. Uranium's having a day. What else? Is there anything else? We can talk about my friend the K-Web. So still trying to hold on to this trend change here. We'll see. Big move down yesterday, some recovery. Big gap up yesterday. Came down, touched that 3250 level, moved back up, moved mostly sideways since then. FXI looks a lot nicer than the K-Web does today and yesterday. More recovered yesterday, gapped up over the day before. Not gapped up over the day before, I shouldn't say that. Took out the day before on that first 15-minute candle. It's just kind of moved mostly sideways for the day, less of a pullback than the K-Web. So again, China still looks good as far as I can tell. Continue to and that's all I can tell from all that anyways. So so that's that. That's life in a nutshell here. Okay, so that's all that. Look at the semis here. And some wicked downtrends. But we got a couple of days of bounce here, so we'll see. We'll see. XRT, our retail, same thing, A lot of these look very, very similar. Your bios again. Now they look much, this looks much nicer than the other ones that I just pulled up. These are emerging markets. That still does not look very good to me. And just kind of funny. The only thing that never seems to want to really participate, gold. I mean, that is just awful looking. That is just really awful looking. something back. There we go. Redock some windows here. Yeah, I just do not. I can't figure gold. I have no intention of either. Pharmaceuticals look pretty okay compared to everything else. I know it doesn't trade anything, to be honest, that one. Super dividend nonsense. Medical devices, bear flag. Bear flag-ish here. We'll see. Maybe not bear flag-ish. I don't know. We'll see. If it can hold this level and can start to build off of these lows, then build off of these lows here, then maybe medical devices will be something to keep an eye on. You know, we discussed yesterday how healthcare is definitely somewhere to keep an eye on. Healthcare, pharmaceuticals, bio, maybe medical devices will follow and bring up the rear of those sets of items. Telecom, nope. Materials, nope. Regional banking, not so much. The diamonds, haven't looked at the diamonds in a while. The diamonds don't look as bad as the SPY or the Qs. So there's that too. Mike, see what's happening. Thanks for popping by. Industrial, same thing. Jets, Benny and the Jets, they don't look so hot. Home builders, you know, all right, you know, some of these maybe a bottom's in. I don't know. I am not a bottom caller. What I will try to do is call a trend change. So if we've got that going on, and then we can, you know, maybe we scoop down a little bit and then can come back up and take out this level here, that would be really constructive for putting in bottoms, for calling that a bottom. But I'm not one of those people like, oh, that's the bottom. I could say that's the bottom when we're back at 70. Then I'd feel comfortable saying that was the bottom. Not that is the bottom. That was the bottom, or temporary bottom anyways. I don't have a lot to comment on them other than for bank stocks, Peter, other than, when rates are doing crazy things, that affects the bank stocks. It's all a Ponzi scheme anyways. The whole thing is a house of cards, but all the same, I mean, overall banks, these are regional banks here. So, that's not a great look in my 2 cents here, but perhaps, this is going to equal some kind of support from the bounce off of again, because we can see here, here's the crash in COVID, and the banks were just steady up after that. And then they went sideways for a while and they started to pop out, move down, and then they really popped out of that range there. And they've just been grinding lower ever since. So, I think a lot of these banks make their money off of, loaning to small businesses and things like that. And I don't think a lot of people are opening businesses and things of that nature right now. So that's going to slow the banks. The XLF, and that's going to be your overall financial sector. That's really sick looking. I mean, there's nothing good looking about this chart whatsoever. I mean, literally nothing good looking about that chart right now. We're even talking pre-pandemic highs again. Which one is it? Both are more than possible here. So gives us some pretty good defined risk levels. Again, below here, look out below. Above here, maybe we take that out again. We can see here, lifetime high on that. So, we cracked it up here, and then that was it for the financials. And then The KBE is going to be your banking ETF, overall banking ETF. So same thing here. Not really looking good either at all. I'd even venture guess when you scroll out, this looks worse. Yeah, that looks worse than the XLF overall. For my 2 cents, that looks worse because that's now below pre-pandemic highs. And so that just looks like it wants lower to me. It's got these nice steps moving down on that multi-period low of 20 days. You know, it looks like it just wants to continue doing that same thing right there. So I'd say the banks don't look good to me. But who knows? Maybe we wake up tomorrow and everybody's buying bank stocks. XAIR, man, you have made some moves here recently. Sorry, I just see it on the race. I had to pop in. Beyond Air, surgical and medical. So we just talked about maybe surgical and medical instruments for a sector will be bringing up the rear of healthcare. We've seen healthcare is kind of strong, some insurance to deal with healthcare, bios, pharmaceuticals, so on and so forth. For me, it means more kind of day trading those items and not looking to swing trade anything like that right now. XAIR, what did I just see? CTIC. I had a position in this, discussed it the week before. I had a position that I took somewhere in here on this day, and then I closed it last Friday because it just didn't like it not being able to get through that 6th level with any confidence. And then, of course, breaks out today on me. So just kind of confirming what I'm feeling on these here. So generally speaking, I don't like to swing trade these. I just felt like this was a little safer, but anything can happen. But I did not want to hold it over the weekend. And of course, here we are Thursday, so it's Wednesday, Tuesday, and I closed this out here on Friday. And so, we went sideways and then we went up and came back down. And so I felt like a good exit. There's no way for me to predict that was going to happen, And I didn't want to overstay my welcome in that trade, especially being pharmaceutical. So that's life in a nutshell. So VRCA, let's take a look at Mike C's VRCA. Yes, the vacuum. Well, it's up into it anyways, So we'll see what happens. Solid volume. 1.6 mil shares traded. 4.67 on that relative volume. Not a big float, so thinking boogie's got a short float. And shorts moving out. So you got to wonder how many people are already short in it through this area, made their money, moved out, right? And so you might not have a lot of shorts to fight on this anymore. No way to really know that, but it's a good setup. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that, Cole. You've got very well defined risk here. You can see that was a trouble area. It's popped through it and then popped back through it again. So, what we would call confirmation on the move through, right? Penetrated the area. You're going to get a close above it. So that's, what those CMT like people would call confirmation. So good stuff there. Looks like an overall strong close. Here's the compare count windows for us. So the new highs are outpacing the new lows everywhere, really outpacing them on the larger caps. Not as much on the smaller caps, but all the same. Looks good coming into the close for the bulls. So are we calling a bottom? What's the consensus? If we vote here, what are we doing? Are we calling a bottom, everybody? I'm just teasing. I'm just messing. Let's take a look here at the strength alerts. Let's duplicate that in the free floating window. Oops, gotta go the other way to get it on here. So FNKO, so far so good on the strength alerts. Let's come back out a little bit. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, moving up. Some okay volume here on this overall now. AGI, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, not looking healthy, but technically did not trigger. PGR, Wednesday, Tuesday. That was Friday, so we've triggered on it. We're up. So far, so good. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so we never triggered on this as well. And we'll have to see, although it's China, so, going to lag in some of the other China stocks. That's an okay looking chart. You know how I feel about these things. It's a downtrend, right? Do we get a trend change here? Was the bottom put in? Possibly. Building some higher lows. It's a big level to get through there. It gets through that. We're looking at that 10 range up here. Might be something to keep on the calendar, on the watch list, whatever you want to do. That strength alert algo. Here's something I want to note. I talked about this. We talked about this with the and I'm not. There's no comment made on this because it was a buyout, and there's no way to know that was going to be a buyout. Even if there's rumor talks about things getting bought out all the time. Can't help with the rumors or anything like that. So it is what it is. Anybody who's in it, they're feeling pretty good right now. I'd say that. And this is what I wanted to illustrate, though. So we talked about the bios being much stronger. We talk about relative strength, right? I've often talked about my my evening scan. A lot of times, all of a sudden, let's say 50 stocks are in my evening scan, but 30 of them are, for example, China stocks, right? And then the other 20 in it are spread out across whatever. Well, you've got one theme is dominating a window as a percentage, and then everything else is broken into such smaller percentages. You got to look at those sectors and things like that, right? So that's, one of the ways that I've always used my evening scan. Well, no different with this relative strength index here that Michael created, right? And what do we see in here? We just want to go through a few things, all right? And of all these alerts that are in here right now, bio/pharmaceutical, bio/pharmaceutical, solar, machine manufacturing, energy. I'm guessing computer design. Let's get back to it. Medical related. H&R Block, that's funny. Let's get back to it. Medical related. If you keep drinking those, you're going to end up needing something medical related for Monster. Ha ha ha. Lame dad joke, sorry. Shell. Healthcare again. Again, keep eating the garbage that those people make and you'll need some healthcare. I don't know, it's some kind of trash. I don't know why I ended up in there. Healthcare again. Semiconductor. Where else? Healthcare. So I think we get the point here. Out of all those stocks, the largest percent of them are bio and healthcare related in relative strength. Does it last for a week? Does it last for a month? I don't know. But when this was doing this with energy a few months ago, it lasted for a while with energy. Was every energy play successful? No, absolutely not. There was a lot of them that were. There were more that were successful than not successful. So might be something we want to keep an eye on and pay attention to. And so, these are other ways that we use these scans to discern what we want. On the latest version, I've tried options. Mike C, are you using external linking? And yeah, Hal, I don't think we bottomed. But listen, again, I'll be happy if we did. I don't think we did, but if we did, awesome. And then, yeah, Mike, see, I bet that's going to be related to external linking. Whole sector going to drop an offering. All right, yeah, that's what it is. So, Mike C, go to, I don't know if I can show this external linking. Edit link. Can I? Yeah, all right, that won't show off my account. All right, so in the external linking, when you get to this box, click use alternate method, all right, and then save the link like that. That should fix you with TOS until we get this next beta out, and then just keep an eye for the next beta. It should work much better for linking. They Julio and Dave and all them, they really did some hardcore digging on that and worked with IB directly. So yep, that's going to be your issue for sure with TOS. So all right, we closed. We closed strong. Sorry, a couple of messages coming into me here. There's that. Back to that. And then let me know how that works. I did actually, there's a video I made on that. When all that stuff started going down. So for anybody that's linking, wants external linking for now, that there's a lot of there's some tips in there for it's geared towards Thinkorswim TOS, but most of it will apply to just about everything. Okay. All right. So we got 4:09. We got a couple minutes here. And that's that. All right. Sorry. Just some important messaging coming in back channels, trying to work out with these bugs and things. We really do want to get this released to you folks really soon. So there's something else I wanted to show everybody. Well, this is what it was. I don't know if anybody's noticed, if you're on the latest and greatest, if you come to options here and you go to brokerage plus, you know, we've added all these quick buttons. You know, some of it's a little tough to navigate. You know, you got to pay attention to what we're clicking here, but you can create custom buttons. So for example, if you wanted to, you know, sell 25 at market, or sell 100 shares at market, or, you know, sell a third of a position at market, things like that, you can create buttons like that. So while we don't have hot keys, we do have the ability to create these kind of hot buttons within Brokerage Plus. So it might be something that, you know, everybody wants to check out. If anybody here is using Brokerage Plus, you know, you can set all these different things in the order entry panel too here for your defaults. Yeah, some pretty good stuff here. That's that. All right. So anyways, that's some cool stuff to check out there if you haven't already. Is there anything else new in here? For those of you that save CSV files, we've integrated this CSV logger tool here as well. So those of you that are doing that, makes exporting a little better than it used to be. That's nifty. That's nifty, as we'd say. What else in here? Connections? No, none of that. All right, here's something. Don't shoot me. Don't rat me out for teasing this. All right, but crypto, it's being worked on actively. So for anybody that's still interested in that, I think the crypto ship has sailed quite personally, but we're working on it. We're working on it. It is. We've hired some people that is their sole focus is that. So definitely some interesting stuff going on there. Anything else in here? As always, I hope everybody in here on the upgrade has all releases selected so that you know when we're coming out with betas and you're always on our beta. I think you should always be on our beta. That's it. I don't think there's anything else that we added in here. This is all the same as it's always been. So there's that. So, all right, definitely some stuff to watch going into tomorrow. See Palantir's back above 10. That's interesting. All right. This RCM, this thing's been moving. You know, for anybody that's looking for things to put on a watch list for tomorrow, you know, keep an eye on these items here. BCRX has made a really nice move over the last couple of months now. You know, down here at 7 and change, cracked 12 today. So it might be something worth watching for a day trade tomorrow. Again, it's pharmaceuticals, so you want to be careful with these things, but it's a very liquid stock. I mean, you know, traded almost 4 mil shares traded today, and that's not even double its normal volume. And we can see how heavy that volume has been in the past as well. So, you know, we're kind of to the lower end of past volume even, and still nice liquid stock. So just something to keep in mind. Generally, also, one of the things I like about trading the stock is the spread is usually a penny or two. You know, you're not trying to fight, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cent spreads with that. So it's just one of those stocks that treated me well over the last couple of years now, to be honest. some day trades on that. What else? What else? What else? I think we took a look at all those here. Let's go to all race winners and see if there's anything else in the Levi's. Okay, so they just reported. So I guess that's why that's going crazy. I still don't understand why a gene company is publicly traded, but whatever. Tech, that's coal, right? Yeah, coal mining. So I had a big gap up today and then just kind of gave that up and sat around on its level. So it still looks terrible. We talked about CTIC, MASS. That's an ugly looking set of shadows on that chart. ERC, this thing's still rearing its head, but this is such a tough trader because first off, this thing whips all over the place, number one. And number two, it's always spreading. It's always like a 10 or 15 cent spread on it. So, you know, nice move out of there. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, look at that short float and look at that short growth, though. It's such a small float stock. So, you know, got to keep an eye on these things. Can't ignore them. That's for sure. You know, made this big move up. Is it come and nested in here and it's trying to find its way out again? You know, doesn't seem unreasonable to look at it, especially for a day trade. But like I said, it's one of those ones this thing can drop like a stone. Look at this move right here. You know, look at that shadow coming down. Bang. Could you imagine? You know, you're in it. You're feeling okay on it. And then bang, beyond drops the bottom out on you. And real fast. So let's see. You know, that candle opens at $12.90, $12.69 and pierces $12. I mean, so again, massive moves on that. Huh. All right, Mike C. Send in. What if I would say this, make sure number one, run both programs, running them as administrator. So when you're starting the programs, let me get an icon here. I'll bring over my TI icon. So when you go, make sure you right click and run as administrator, both programs, and then maybe try to rebuild the link and add the alternative method when you rebuild the link, I would say. Because I used TOS and I've been able to have it work for me. I was on the same version as all of you until a couple of days ago. Then I went up a version to test all the new stuff that got put into it. So maybe give that a shot like that. There's something else I was looking at or thinking. Oil test 200-day on Wednesday, which bounced off that level. So I can't believe the market rallied so much this week. Yeah, you know, look, is energy dead? I won't say it's dead. Oops, XLE. Probably be good if I type that in right. But you know, it's got a battle to get back over all that now. USO actually looks a lot better than energy does overall. You know, so it broke this trend, but if it recaptures this trend, you know, it can go. Just the issue is oil itself can continue to trade higher. Energy stocks don't necessarily have to follow it. And that's kind of what my thesis has been, is that oil will continue to move up, but energy stocks will not follow like they were previously. That's, you know, kind of my thought there. But again, we shall see. Yeah, we'll see if he chickens out or not. What's his name? Jim. I can't think of his name. He did a great presentation at the CMT Association symposium. He talked about, don't fight the Fed for so long was don't fight the Fed because the Fed's going to drag the market up. He says now it's still don't fight the Fed, but the Fed wants the market down. He has also said that for a long time, but still some interesting stuff that he put out there that I really enjoyed. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm not holding my breath on the bottom being in yet. I just don't think we're there yet. Again, I really hope we are. I gain nothing by being in a bear market. Not one thing. I gain more by being wrong and that we're the beginnings of the next bull run. It could be a lot of things could have caused it today. You could have a lot of shorts covering and not and preparing new short positions. I said, here's my thoughts the other day. Reiterate those. I said, I suspect we rally up to this recent high, and then we'll come back down and make new lows again. I suspect, I said, I could see us touching 390, 391. I guess 392. I would be shocked if we got through 392 to 393 on the SPY. I would be shocked. I won't be shocked, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we do 400 at all. I don't think there's any reason for that to happen whatsoever. Could I be wrong? 100%. I have no special insight whatsoever. I see a trend right now. That's what I see, a trend. And I see no reason for that trend to end right now. That's what I'm seeing right now. And that's not even a great dry line on that trend. There we go. That's a little better. I don't see any reason that should end whatsoever. I'd even throw it out there. We've got a broadening pattern going on, which is even worse for the bulls. But as the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. I'll just continue to do what I'm doing and look for the same results, only maybe a little better. A little better trade management on my end. That can never hurt. Sorry, just checking in with the bosses here. I am curious though. What are we gonna do, China? Come on, China. I still holding out hope on this K-Web here. I would have liked to have seen it got over this already, but didn't happen yet. But we'll see. Are these steps gonna shape up for us, or are they gonna flatten out and reverse back down to the down steps again? This is what I mean by steps. This stuff here. Are we gonna do some more of that, or are we gonna come and break it back down again? Again, as I like to say, time will tell. Hard telling, not knowing. Alrighty. Just again, making sure I'm caught up. F-Sly. This thing can really bug you, right? That's one of the stocks that can make some big moves, no? Oh, yeah. down at the bottom of that range, though. That's for sure. Oof. Man, that thing can go nutty, huh? It's done it more than once. Look at that. God, I hope there's no bag holders on that. Might be something to throw on the old day trading list. Again, doing about 1.5, a little more than, 1 2/3 normal volume. 5 million shares traded today. Good size short float in it. This might be one for a list if anybody's compiling a watch list for tomorrow. I'm mixed about a watch list now for the next day. My watch list is more for ideas if the market ever does, not if, when the market does turn, more longer term ideas on my watch list, because the races just really point me to what's moving on the day. It's just, I don't need to watch something going into the next day necessarily. The races, I mean, look at all these moves here. Massive move. Great move. Great move. Great move. Great move. Another great move. Another, that one's not so much. But I mean, top 6, all nice moves. Another one there. Not so much there. Not so much there. That doesn't count. That's just the top winners. Whoa, ISIG. What are you doing? Holy mackerel. That's something. Wow. I'm guessing they had some kind of news. This thing can really cook. So there we have it, folks. Some stuff to continue to watch. So, all right, everybody, that's going to be a wrap for me. Happy Thursday to everybody. Have a great rest of your day wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Short week this week, so we'll wrap it up tomorrow on Friday. Andy will be doing the noon session. I'll follow him up afterwards. Of course, Barry doing what Barry does best. Again, for the full day tomorrow, and we'll see if we can end the week on a positive note. It'd be nice if the Bulls can post a win for this week. It'll feel good, that's for sure. Like I said, bull markets are much more fun than bear markets. So, everybody, thanks for popping in. Appreciate all the interactions, comments, questions, and we'll get right back at it tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.